Ethan. Tansi okimau piisim nitisi nikason. This means welcome in my traditional Cree name is Young Buffalo Leader, and so thank you for being here today. So welcome to the January 22nd, 2020 regular board meeting. We live and go to school in a city that is the ancestral homeland of the Duwamish people, the Muckleshoot Nation, and the Suquamish Nation. We acknowledge them as custodians of this land since time immemorial. As guests, and in many of our cases as settlers on this land, we extend our deepest gratitude and respect to their ancestors and elders past, present, and future. As we begin this meeting tonight, I would also like to welcome Lucia Santos, who is joining us on the dais this evening from the Center School. Thank you. And Ms. Santos will have a chance to give comments later in the meeting, and we'll keep in touch about that. So, Ms. Loffelman, do a roll call, please.
Director Hampson.
Here.
Director Harris.
Here.
Director Hersey.
Here.
Director Mack. Director Rankin. Director Rivera-Smith.
Here.
Director DeWolf.
Here. For those who would prefer to and or are able, please stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, it is my extreme pleasure to welcome students from Green Lake Elementary School this evening who will be presenting tonight. I would like to invite all directors to join me in the audience for this portion of our presentation.
Hi, we are third grade from Green Lake Dragus Elementary School. We are here today to tell you all about Service Learning project that we did, and here's how it works. We are really happy to have the privilege to be able to present this to you guys.
Before we start, here's a little bit about us. Many of the kids in our class really like making all kinds of comics. You will see some of these kids in the PowerPoint.
For the earth. We decided to make posters to get others interested, too. We even had a silent march around the school.
One day at math, we thought about the question. If you had $100 to help others, what would you use it for? This got us thinking. Then we learned about the organization Kiva.org, which lends money to help others. This is how Kiva works.
So,
Say you're on your computer and you had 15 minutes to do whatever you want.
Go to Kiva.
You can read and read about other people that need money to get, say, I don't know.
A flock of chickens. They need $25 more to get the $1,000 they need.
You can send them $25 and about a month later they'll send you back your $25.
By number 1, buying the chickens. Number 2, selling the eggs and earning money. And number 3, sending it all back. Some students will demonstrate this now.
We have a lot of hungry children in our village. If only there was a way to find more food. I have an idea. Let's get $500 from Kiva. Excuse me, can we have $500 for our village? What is that for? For the Kiva organization. We like to lend money to help others. You want $500 to make a bakery. Okay, sure. We'll put it on our website right now. Let's donate. I really love the way they're trying to make a bakery. They need $500. $500 split into $25 is $20.5. Let's do it! That is how Kiva works.
Our class has been surfing the Kiva.org website and we found 1, 2, 3 or more people to loan money to and then. With our partner on groups of 3, we decided on one person.
Then we made comics and we sold them to the PTA. The PTA agreed to fund us. After that, we got in groups and decided our group wanted to lend money to again and made a poster. Now in spring, we are going to try to do it again. This taught us an important lesson. To not complain about things we don't have because, believe me, not everyone in the world has the same resources we do. And if a person in our class didn't learn any lesson, they should have.
Great, now that you know about Kiva, how do you spend your money? Was that Kiva?
Great, you're right. Bingo. We're all super happy you'll agree to try Kiva. We're also happy for our PTA. They let us alone. Goodbye and thank you.
Here are some ways we can help the earth going forward.
I want to make sure that everyone in the world has a warm bed to sleep in. I want to stop the rainforest from burning down.
I want to save the animals that are in the Australian wildlands.
I want to stop poaching.
I want to make sure I want to give everybody a home who doesn't have a home.
I want to save pandas.
I want to stop pollution.
I want to stop bullying.
I want to stop climate change.
Aviv is going to plant more trees.
Thank you for listening to our class. I hope this inspires you to make the world a better place.
I have really weak tear ducts, so I'm just so touched by this presentation. So thank you for being here today. I'm going to ask if you just give us your first name and your favorite subject, and you want to just pass it around.
My name is Annie, and I like science.
My name is Aaliyah, and I like reading. My name is Ibrahim, and I like science.
My name is Reese, and I like writing.
My name is Amelia, and I like writing.
My name's Tristan, and I like making comics.
My name is Ada, and I like writing and reading.
My name is Bryce, and I like swimming.
My name is Henrik, and I like soccer. My name is Max, and I like math. My name is Chloe, and I like science.
My name is Benny, and I like math.
My name is Marina, and I like science.
My name is Hazel, and I like reading and writing.
My name is Antonia, and I like writing.
Talk later. My name is Aviv. Talk later.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your advocacy. I know I'm going to check out Kiva. I think it's a really great recommendation for us to do that too. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. Thank you for being here. Just want to say again, thank you to Green Lake Elementary students and families and parents and teachers. Really very moved by your presentation tonight, so thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Junot for her comments and for an exciting Native American education update as well.
Yes,
thank you
so much, President DeWolf. I'm really pleased to be here tonight. For a big agenda, just really excited about what tonight might bring. Thank you for being here. To be a student board member, it's super awesome that we get that student voice at this level. Also thank to the Green Lake students for being here. That's good stuff. It just always affirms that we're doing the right work for the right reason, and that is our students across the district. Just to begin, I would just like to invite Gail Morris, the manager for our Native Education program, to share about her team's work as we start this evening.
Hello, my name is Gail Morris. I'm the Native American Education Program, and I am the Chonleth First Nations from the west coast of Vancouver Island. Welcome new school board directors and returning school board directors. I am here to give my Native American Education Board update. While I give you updates all the time, I'm going to give you another update. So here we go. So on my staff, I have 2 consulting teachers. I have 2 classrooms that have 2 certificated teachers and 2 IAs. I have a reentry intervention specialist. Through the family support workers, I have a Native American family support worker who has a dotted line to my program. And I have an IA. I have a librarian. So just so you know who we are and who our team is, and just moving forward. No one is here. Usually I have someone with me, but it's just me today. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? We've had quite a few successes, I feel like. I just feel like with all the support that we get through Seattle Public Schools, I feel like we're really moving forward. And I want to highlight some of the successes. The curriculum adoption of Senate Bill 5433 on June 26, 2019, which was a great day, by the way. And so we started training middle school teachers this year, and we've trained 94 middle school teachers. It's not all of them, but it's a really great start, and we're gonna reach out and ask the teachers that did not do the training to do the training. In the second semester, which is coming up shortly, we're gonna start training 4th and 5th grade teachers. Because there's so many elementary teachers, there's no way we can capture them all in 1 year. So we're just breaking them up, and we'll do 4th and 5th grade teachers in second semester. And we've also been working with librarians. I think they've been doing some training up at our classroom, at our library at Meany. There were 5 languages that were adopted. This is a huge success for Seattle Public Schools. We had the Haida language, Dene, most of you might know it as Navajo, Southern Lushootseed, Lakota, and Nez Perce. Welcome signs were created by someone on my staff, Nancy Bob. She is enrolled Lummi, Muckleshoot, and Duwamish. And so she's been working on all the welcome signs and putting the font in the computer. So we're excited about that as well. Let's see what else we're doing. We're teaching Southern Lushootseed in our after-school program at Sandpoint. This has been a lot of fun for the kids. We also do STEAM, and so through STEAM, the kids are learning how to say plants in Southern Lushootseed or whatever they're learning to do, and that's out at Sandpoint Elementary. The library I mentioned is up and running at Meany Middle School. We've had quite a few librarians and teachers check out our books. We're super excited about this. Hoping to find some funding to keep a librarian. So if anybody gets any information on that kind of thing, send it my way, please. Let's see what else. We do our ongoing summer literacy and culture class. We do this after the summer staircase so that families can do that, and then we do ours in August for 2 weeks, and we partner with the Seattle Police Department and Seattle Public Library and I think Miller. I think it's Miller Community Center. Yes, up at Meany. It's a great 2 weeks. Kids love it. We also have our ongoing Native American Youth Leadership Academy. The acronym is NALA, and we go out to the Puyallup tribe, where a bunch of school districts come together and kids learn how to fit into leadership roles. And they do a lot of work together, just come together, just Native kids coming together. So that's great. Challenges. Most of you have heard me talk about this over the years, is collecting 506 forms. So 506 forms allows us to work with students, and it's kind of like, it lets us know if they're from a federally recognized tribe. We get approximately $200 per form. It's not a lot of money, but we do get enough, and it actually funds the reentry intervention specialist and a 0.5 of my IA, and allows us to take students out to Puyallup or to do some of these other activities that cost money. Let's see. We get a lot of referrals to work in schools. Don't have enough staff to meet the needs of all students, but we get out there as much as we can. I go out to schools myself. We work in partnership with all the principals and teachers, and just do the best that we can working with families, obviously, and we work with families that need the most care. And then we also work with the family support workers and McKinney-Vento and some outside agencies as well. We would have more people in after-school programs, but transportation is a problem. There's no transportation to take kids to our after-school program, which is a bummer because there are so many families that want to come in, learn the Lushootseed language, or come in, do some of the STEAM projects that we have, and transportation is this huge, I think, issue district-wide for all students. So I already told you that we train 94 middle school teachers. Shanna Brown and I facilitate the trainings. Our trainings go beyond just teaching the curriculum. Actually, we really have to teach about what honoring treaties looks like, and we have to really teach about what a government-to-government relationship looks like, and how do we work in partnership with tribes around us, because Muckleshoot's a partner tribe and a treaty tribe here, as is Suquamish. And so, we have a lot of people that want to know more about who the city is named after and the Duwamish, and so we do teach about that to some degree, but the STI is mostly about the 29 federally recognized tribes, but then of course, we then talk about the Duwamish as well, which most of them went into tribes, if you don't already know that, like Muckleshoot or Lummi or Tulalip, Suquamish. So that's been a lot of work, and there's been a lot of people using our Schoology page in our curriculum, so that has been really successful, I think, so far this year. more student support is, the after-school program at Sandpoint. We have the library, and we're encouraging families to come and check out books. We have the classrooms, Shikachib. A lot of people have a hard time pronouncing that. It's Shikachib. And that literally means raising of the hands and honoring our students. So we greet the students by raising our hands to them all the time, just as I greeted you with raising my hands. Yes, just like that. And so that's really successful at both Chief Sealth Denny and Nathan Hale and Jane Addams. Jane Addams and Nathan Hale, we have a portable, but it's been really great. We had a great, we had two really good. We had Indigenous Peoples Day Assembly at Chief Sealth, which always really rocks the house, literally. And then we had a Native American Assembly at Nathan Hale, and there was a lot of students, and they actually did some filming around that, and it went out on social media, which was great. So, and they really are taking up issues like around missing and murdered Indigenous women and the Dakota Access Pipeline, and so they're learning a lot of contemporary issues that are actually happening today. So in looking at this, so I'm going to show you this is our student groups and how Native students are reported in Seattle Public Schools. So, so when you hear me talk about decolonizing the data, and I say it all the time, it's this. So when we look at Native American, the federal piece right here, it shows that we have 277 students in Seattle Public Schools. So those are only Native students that self-identify. It doesn't capture the 2 or more races, Hispanic and Latinx, and then of course the Native American that we have, and then our 506 forms. And these are something that I've been talking about every year before the school board. And so when we look at data, it's really only looking at data for 277 students, if that makes sense to you. And so we're just trying to figure out a way, again, like how do we combine that along with our 506 forms to show true data without having to sit there and go through it name by line item, by name, by line item, by line item, and calling. And I think I might have brought this up before. We actually quit calling families because even if they are Hispanic and Native American, but their first language is Spanish, they often think that we're like ICE or government because we're asking them if they're, have you filled out the federal 506 form? And they're like, click, and we lose them. So we're always working around that. That's why we're basically a referral. So, because teachers and principals know how to contact me or anyone on my team to come out and work with students. So I really just want you to look at this because this number changes all the time. I think last year it was like more around 400, right? So it's always changing. So this was, if you can see that if you're looking at the discipline here, it's improved with Native students. I have a little cheat sheet here that, that they wrote for me. So it's discipline. Discipline rates improved for both Native American, federal, and Native American any students to a rate of 4% of students receiving 1 or more disciplinary exclusion. The number of incidents also declined with a decline in the total number of incidents per 100 students from 11 to 5 for the smaller Native American federal group and from 8 to 7 incidents per 100 students for the Native American any group. So when I look at it, I see that it is declining, and while I feel like I can't take all the credit for that, I do know that my staff, when they do go out and work in the schools, they are really truly connecting with students and helping them and mentoring them or just sitting with them and, seeing how they can provide supports for them for whatever it might be that's creating havoc or concern in their lives. So I was happy to see that go down, especially because that's always kind of been up and down over the years. And then this just speaks for itself, the Student Climate Survey data. you know, you look at it and it tells you right over here, the Native American category includes students who self-identify as Native American these are students who identify themselves as Native Americans. So it shows over here there was in elementary 246, in middle school there were 82, and in high school there were 59 who identify as Native American, who actually took it, because not all kids take the climate survey. But I mean, I feel like it's pretty, I don't know. I mean, I was looking at it with all students. I was like, it's kind of the norm with students in middle school to, you know, have a higher number of, or a lower number of not feeling like they belong. But yeah, so, you know, I was just thinking about all of the things that we're doing and moving forward, and we're just getting ready. 2 things that just recently happened before I turn this in. We're creating a curriculum page for us so that anybody can access it from the front page, and it'll bring you to what we're currently doing. So like on the curriculum page, there's math and science, and so now there'll be American Indian Studies. That's what we're going to call it, but underneath it'll say Native American Education. And then we've created a page for our library as well. So that's currently where we're at. And that's it for my slideshow.
Are there any questions for Gail from directors? Director Harris.
My usual. If we had more folks in your department, could we spread the word and get the training for since time immemorial spread faster and deeper? And when was this initial bill passed by the legislature?
In May of 2015.
Okay, and now it's January 2020.
Of 2020, yeah.
And the first question?
Well, I think it's marketing, honestly. I don't know how to get it to the principals in the school buildings other than the usual, you know, principals, communicator, and we put it out there the whole beginning of the year for the teachers and advertised it, and then we put it out on Schoology and then ESS. I mean, like, we put it everywhere, but where does it come down? Who does it come down to make the teachers sign up for it? I mean, like, I actually sent it out to principals. I just did it. I'll admit it. I just did it. I just sent it to all the middle school principals, which then I found out it included all of you and everybody else. But I just wanted them to see that we were doing this training. And I actually just got a great email from Superintendent Juneau, from Chief Flesheye, that clearly has taken STI training. So, I mean, we can see in some of the schools, but yes, there is some pushback. And is it more staff, or is it how we get them to actually sign up and come do the training? That's been my question the whole entire time, is like, how do we get them to the training? Is it, you know, I've even included directors. So does that answer your question a little bit?
At some point in the near future, can you give us a matrix that shows us which schools are participating?
Yeah.
And those that we have not heard from? And maybe we'll post it on the bulletin board like we do at church for those that don't pay their tithes.
Yes, I would be happy for that. I mean, you know, whatever it takes. I'm not
And
sure.
I appreciate sometimes it's awkward for staff to do that, but you've got a duly elected school board director asking you for this information.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Harris. And I know one of the conversations we're having at exec committee next on the 30th is considering our board goals. And one of the things that came up during our board retreat, just for folks in the audience, was to participate in the STI training, so that we were also modeling what we're asking for our teachers. So, Director Hampson.
Is this on? Yes, we as a board need to participate in the training, which I believe that's how that ended up on one of us put that on there. I want to also highlight, however, the incredible number of resources that your team has put together, and how imperative it is that even when teachers and administrators and other staff have not been able to take advantage of that training, that those resources are quite extensive and support a tremendous amount of you don't need to Google stuff.
Right.
In this district
No.
is what it comes down to. So please, to parents and staff out there, don't Google this stuff. The tribes in Washington State and the educators in this district and elsewhere in the state have done some really hard work and established, we need to lead as a district in terms of when you do have culturally responsive curriculum that starts to finally tell this story, that we're accountable to making sure that that gets into our classrooms. And I know I'm a broken record about it, but I will remain that until I don't have to walk into another building and hear about somebody Googling curriculum and misrepresenting our people to our students. So thank you for all your hard work.
All right. Thank you, Director Hampson. Any other questions from directors?
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you, Gail.
Much, Ms. Morris. I really do appreciate your leadership in this district, and it's phenomenal, and just appreciate you a lot. I just want to go through the usual, and I actually had the opportunity to be in Olympia today with Directors Rankin and Hersey, and so thank you for traveling down and making your voices heard in opposition of Senate Bill 6282. I was also there testifying, and while I was there, I actually got to talk to Senator John McCoy, who was one of the main architects of the since time immemorial passage, and so just thanked him on behalf of the district for his work and his leadership on that, and told him I was very pleased to let him know that the board finally adopted STI and that good work was happening across our district, and that we would be happy to give him a report at any time, and so he was pleased with that information. Snow, so just beginning with snow, I would just like to publicly acknowledge the teams of people who made this snow event one of the smoothest as reported by families and staff. Just really appreciate the heroic lift that happened. It was cross-divisional. The facilities team worked to ensure that sidewalks were cleared. The security team helped. The school ops team was critical to ensuring we had coverage for employees that could not report to work. Our John Stanford staff filled in for nutrition service workers who couldn't make it to work. And to the two teams with the biggest lifts, our communications and transportations team, just thank you so much for the effort that was made. Thanks to everyone who assisted in this work. And I also want to give a shout out to our partners, First Student and the City of Seattle, for helping so much during our snow events. As usual, these are our priorities. I just like to ground our conversations in our strategic plan priorities. These are, of course, as all of you are very familiar, our 1920 focus goals. It's hard to believe, but we are about halfway through this school year already. We're monitoring the data to see if we need to make any mid-course correction to these goals. I visited Rainier View Elementary recently. This staff is committed to modeling the behavior they expect from students. Just as we talked about the STI training, they are also engaged in that work. They often have a quick huddle after school to touch base on important topics. This circle was a chance for staff to share some positive happenings, or as Director Hersey likes to call them, the celebrations that we need to share out. And two things stood out. First, many staff complimented each other for their collaborative efforts in support of students. And second, there was an intentional focus on the rigorous work of learning. One of Principal Pinchback Jones' mottos is that we build relationships through the work. She is committed to supporting teachers in their efforts to provide a rigorous, caring learning environments for staff at Rainier View. And as a result, students feel a sense of belonging, and they feel that staff are there for them. One young man who needed some reflection time in the office shared, "The teacher planned the lesson for me and I disrupted it." That was a 10-year-old who is very aware that his teacher cares a great deal about him. Principal Pinchback Jones and her educators are all about the data all the time. This academic interventionist who I had the pleasure of visiting with shows me the data that the teams use to determine which scholars were invited to attend zero period, which starts at 7:30 a.m. She also teaches the zero period and is constantly monitoring student growth to determine the next steps in their learning journey. Students know what their data means. They set learning goals, and they create a plan to reach their goals. On the left, you can see that Rainier View Elementary staff are committed to modeling adult reading for students. This is Principal Pinchback-Jones' Read-olution, she called it, the Read-olution for the new year. Her 2020 goal is to finish one book of varying genres per month. She encouraged me to do the same and gave me Jim Collins' book, Good to Great, and the Social Sectors. And so I guess I'll commit to reading it. This school visit was the third in a row that showed a school where everything is done with great intention and attention to detail. These staff, under great leadership, are laser focused on building relationships through math and literacy instruction. Data, and more data drive every move. As a result, they continue to be district leaders at serving students and families furthest from educational justice, particularly Afro-American boys. Principal Pinchback-Jones has worked very hard to hire teachers that want to be at Rainier View. She has many newer teachers and paraprofessionals who were intentional in selecting this school and being selected for this school because they are committed to the vision there. So a huge thank you to this great leader and these amazing educators. I also visited Licton Spring K-8 last week to enjoy the author and storyteller Joseph Bruchak, and thanks to Director Hampson for joining me at this very engaging event. And thank you to Marcellus Turner, or MT, at Seattle Libraries for their partnership in this work and the Global Reading Challenge. Everyone was super engaged in the stories, and just want to give a shout out and thank Principal Butler Ginolfi for inviting us to this event as well. That concludes my comments this week. Thank you, President DeWolf.
Thank you, Superintendent Juneau. Now I would like to invite the board directors to share any work they are doing within their committees or liaison work that they would like to report at this time. And because we had weather-related cancellations this month, I just asked directors to maybe preview any of the significant items that are coming up on the upcoming committees. And I know we did have an ops within the snow kerfuffle, but I know also we can do a preview of if you know anything that's particularly critical that's coming up. So I will open it up to chairs. If Director Hampson.
Thank you, Director DeWolf. So Audit and Finance has still not yet officially met. We will be meeting on February 10th, preparing for that the prior week. However, we do have a budget work session on the 29th. So for those of you that are interested in this work, that's something that is open to the public to witness our discussion. I'm looking forward to an in-depth and lively discussion about that. We have already had some very good discussions about the budget, about the weighted staffing standard. We're having discussions about PTA funding, so there's a lot of hot topics, as it were. And I'm looking forward to doing the good work of bringing transparency and clarity to all of that work in conjunction with staff. In terms of what I have been up to or will have coming up, Superintendent Juneau stole my thunder about the Global Reading Challenge author, Joseph Bruchak. Skeleton Man is the book that is in the current Global Reading Challenge. If you don't know about the Global Reading Challenge, it's a partnership with Seattle Public Libraries that I'm a huge fan of. It's my third year coaching in that program. It's really exciting to see how schools come together in teams and compete with each other, and then come together as a city and compete around knowledge of these great pieces of literature. And it's such an enjoyable time every year, and it was really fun to see him entertaining all the kids and especially me. If you ever get a chance to look up this, I can't remember the story, but it involved something about skunk and coyote and turtle. What's that? Oh, I don't remember his name. Slow Giant. And I was in stitches at various points, so it was enjoyable. I spent some time in Seward Park speaking with HCC parents. I have rolled out a list of approximately 200 meeting times that I'm available to come into communities to meet with folks, and have focused and consistent with our strategic plan on making that available to families that are furthest from educational justice.
Director Hampson, can I ask a question? Are you doing your board comments as a director, or are you doing specific to the committee? I just want to be thoughtful that we do have board
Oh, I
comments
was
that
moving on. You want me to leave that?
if
Okay.
that's board comments, there's a section I would love to give you the space to do that
Later.
later.
Okay, that's fine. I'm done for now.
Thank you, Director Epson. Director Mack.
Good evening. Yes, so operations did meet last January 9th, and even though it was a relatively short-looking agenda, we did take up all the time and then some. But it was a really productive meeting. We are, from a work plan standpoint, we're actually going to be adding 3 committee meetings, so we're going to have 2 a month instead of just 1 a month over the next few months, because there's a lot of construction bars and planning coming through, and wanted to let folks know, my fellow board members as well as the public, that in those extra meetings there'll be design presentations for 3 buildings: Northgate, Viewlands, and Kimball. So it's a preview into the great work that BEX 5 is going to be doing. We had a robust discussion about policy 6900 and 6901. This is facilities master planning and levy planning, respectively, and we made some really good progress, I think, on agreeing on language, and we should have a draft bar coming through committee next month, or at the next meeting. We had updates on 2 of the advisory committees. The one is still in formation, and then the student and community workforce has been ongoing, that task force. They have 2 more meetings. Just to note, on the agenda for ops, we like to notice all the public meetings that are going on, including that are related to operations. So if there's any kind of enrollment planning sort of meetings with the community, or for example, there's going to be a presentation at the Ballard District Council on the reopening of Webster School happening, and you can take a look there to see all the different meetings that are coming up. Back to the Capacity Enrollment and Facilities Master Planning Advisory Committee, the planning for selecting those members has been delayed. We've not been able to put that meeting together yet, so we haven't done that. The promise was made to have the announcements out to selected members last week, and unfortunately we've missed that deadline. We didn't have the facilitator on board, but we're getting that meeting scheduled, and hopefully we'll have those members selected. We did get a sufficient number. There will be 20 folks on the advisory committee, and I think there were 32 applications, so I think we're doing pretty good. Look forward to get that moving. And our next meeting is going to be February 6th, and the rest of it I think is on the agenda today, so
Thank you, Director Mack. And as you were saying, all of our agendas, if you go onto our website on the committee pages, all those kind of publicly noticed meetings are there. And the only caveat, the only clarification I will say is today actually was the Student and Community Workforce Agreement Task Force's last meeting. They got through all of their work, so great news. So we'll actually have an update to the full board at a work session on March 18th. So, Director Rankin.
Thank you, President DeWolf. So we were able to have our pre-committee meeting on Tuesday, although my streets are always especially slippery. So Dr. DeBacker and Maria, we did it via video conference, joined by one of my cats. But so we were able to do that, and then the next day the conditions were too bad, and so we weren't actually able to hold our curriculum and instruction committee meeting. In our pre-meeting, we talked over what's happening on the agenda, and I got some clarification around the cross-crediting for ethnic studies. And then we were going to have an update from ethics studies, which I'm disappointed that we missed, but I know that that will be coming still. And nothing else really major was on there, so yeah.
Thank you, Director Rankin. So now I'd like us to transition to the student comment portion of our agenda. So again, I'd like to welcome Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Director
Are
Harris.
we getting a legislative report, including but not limited to testimony in front of the legislature today, sir?
Sure. I mean, I know our city and state liaisons, if you'd like to give any updates from your work in that liaison role. Director Hersey.
Absolutely. So for those of you who might not know, I have assumed the role of legislative liaison, which means I'll be working very closely with our partners down in Olympia, especially during this quote-unquote very short session. It's already been a very eventful one, and we're really excited about a lot of the bills, and there are a lot of the bills that are coming through that we're not so excited about. We just went down, and by we, I mean myself, Director Rankin, and Superintendent Juneau, to testify in our personal capacity against Bill 6282. I won't waste your time with explaining the details of what that would do. I'll talk more about that in my own personal updates. More than happy to have a conversation about what that looks like. But effectively, what it would do is it basically require school districts who have a specific delivery model for highly capable services, if that model were to change to include some type of plan similar to an IEP, but not necessarily an IEP, with those students within 30 days of that transition taking place. So this would be an incredible burden on our teachers. It would be an incredible burden on our districts who are already doing the work that is necessary to keep all of our students going in a way that is comfortable for them and that, you know, we have the means to support them with. And we will continue to have this conversation with the legislature, but that's a brief update with what we've got right now.
And that was in your personal capacity?
Personal capacity.
Thank you. Any other updates from city? Okay, so I'm really going to transition us to the student comment portion. And again, I'd like to welcome Lucia Santos. Ms. Santos is an 11th grader at the Center School. She attends Running Start and also stays actively involved in her school. Her commitment to equity prompted her to lead Center's Racial Justice Alliance, through which she planned school-wide activities, including student panels and assemblies. This commitment extends beyond Center, as Lucia plays a central role in Why We, or Young Women Empowered, a local group devoted to strengthening diverse voices. Lucia joins us today as one of the Chief Senate officers at the Center School. Thank you for being here. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I will say I'm just very grateful to be here, and I have not experienced a school board meeting before, so this is very exciting. Should I talk about Center, or other questions? Or?
Yeah, I think what we tend to really appreciate is just your kind of assessment and your experience at Center School, and any things that I think you, particularly being seated here with us at the dais, that would be an opportunity to present information that you need us to hear, whether it's feedback or concerns or issues that we think we need to be mindful of. It's really open to you to be, you know, you're our ultimate customer, if you think about it that way, and so your voice is deeply important, and so that's why we have you up here. So take it away.
Thank you. All right, so I am, like you said, a junior at the Center School. I've been there for 3 years, and I was saying earlier to you, I really appreciate that Center is a really small learning community, but we are definitely, like, right now, one thing that we're looking at is the fact that the budgeting process for small schools is really hard often, and I've been on BLT, which is Building Leadership Team, which you all probably know, but I've been on it for about a year as one of the student representatives, alongside Adam Billen, who I don't think is here yet, but he'll be giving testimony later. And just witnessing, like, the disparity between smaller schools like Center and like Nova, smaller alternative schools that have student bodies with a lot of students who have like more specified needs because of whatever reasons. You know, we're all like in this small community by choice. It's hard for us to get the resources that are needed because it's a smaller school, and I'm sure you all are familiar with this, but we're definitely thinking about how we can like maintain higher level classes, and for students that are interested in that, like that is definitely a priority, and there are a lot of students at Center who are interested in taking classes like AP Bio and AP Environmental Sciences, AP Art, and especially Art. Center is an art school, and getting those classes I've witnessed becoming harder lately, which I don't fully understand the reasons for, other than just we have less students and it's harder to get the correct numbers and that kind of thing. But generally, I will say, like, at Center, it's the community is what comes first, and I really appreciate that about it, and I hope that it becomes easier for us to get the resources that we need as a small school in the Seattle public schools. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to open it up for directors if they have any just questions for you, if that's
Yeah,
okay.
that's absolutely cool.
Do directors have any questions that they'd like to ask Lucia? Director Rivera-Smith.
Hi. So why did you choose the center school?
I chose center school because I've been someone who has gone to like smaller alternative schools throughout my life, but was also kind of looking at larger schools like Franklin, and like I live actually in the South End, so it's definitely like a big commute, which is one thing that has been hard. But like the thing about smaller schools like Center is you make the choice to be there, and everyone there has made the choice to be there, and being in a space where like the teachers are engaged and the students are engaged with the teachers because of the size and that kind of thing, and also because of our dedication to being in that community. Like the teachers, I know all like from talking to them and from experience that they are really dedicated to the center school. Lots of them have been there for many, many years and have like serious roots in that community. I chose to be there because I am really interested in the arts, and I'm also, like I said, I've gone to small schools. I went to Orca for elementary school, and like Washington Girls Middle School for middle school, so all small communities, but getting to witness like the connections that are possible in a smaller school, especially for myself, it's important to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Hampson.
I'm so grateful to you for participating in BLT,
Yeah.
with the leadership team, which is
Yeah.
an often very dry
It is. But
environment.
you gotta do what you gotta do.
So thank you for representing in that way. And I'm curious, where do you see the biggest gaps in terms of the small school funding limitations?
Okay. I think that one thing that personally I will say, I do not know a lot about like the terminology, and like hearing like FTE get thrown around a lot like doesn't mean too much to me, but I do know that watching teachers have to like put together these kind of like crazy contracts and like do so much to just spend time at the school that they care about. Like we have a teacher who has been teaching graphic design for a really long time, and like this year she wasn't able to, but she still like wants to be in the space that is center school and spends a lot of time anyway like working in the school and that kind of thing, and just witnessing the impact it has on teachers who really have put a lot of work into the center community is hard. And I would say like arts are getting hit by it, which is really tough because Center has a reputation as an art school, and like when we don't have those classes to back it up, it's really hard. And retaining people who came for the arts and like aren't getting the resources that they could get like even at like Garfield and like other places like that, but still want that small community, that's really hard to witness. And like I said, AP classes, I am about to be a senior, and like just thinking about, you know, the future things that I'm interested in doing, and we do have AP Environmental Sciences, and like I'm interested in environmental studies, which is a good connection. But there are people who want to go into like bio things and stuff like that, and we had to like switch off our AP Calc and AP Stats for the year, which is, you know, it's just watching kind of corners get cut in that way is disappointing, I'll say.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I do have one question. Particularly, are there kids in your school that you hear stories about that maybe of how they found the center school? I think we can certainly own that we could do a better job of making sure people know about the center school, and obviously that I think we can certainly take that responsibility. Do you hear ways or things that worked for other students, or how can we kind of replicate what's working, that it's getting students there to make sure that we do have, you know, good enrollment so you can have all those classes?
I think that one thing that is good for Center is definitely reputation, and I know that there's a lot of kids who have tried out like larger schools and been like, this isn't really for me, and like maybe their friends have gone to Center and they've been like, this is a good place. I do definitely see a gap in like outreach to the South End. Like my friends from the South End, like who may have wanted a smaller learning environment, did not get necessarily like the resources to that. And like schools like my zone school is Beach, and like that is a small school, but just like the difference in community is really interesting to witness. And like alternative schools are often primarily like white schools, and just I would say like one thing that I think could be built on is expanding what an alternative learning environment looks like and means. I do think that open houses have been a great thing. You know, we have good open houses. We have one on Thursday, and everyone's getting excited for that. I don't know if I'm answering your original question.
You
but
did. So
yeah.
To that point, there is an open house.
Yes.
And it's tomorrow. Is that
Yes,
what I'm hearing? And
yes.
can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so we have open houses, and they're primarily run by ASB. I won't be able to be there, but many volunteers come off at ASB, and we all just spend the evening at the school. Families come in. A lot of families, I would say, from there's definitely a good West Seattle contingent, and definitely there's more South End people coming. Centrals, yeah, pretty much from all over coming to Center. Often also looking at Nova, that kind of demographic of people who just want a smaller alternative.
So
yeah.
tomorrow people can show up where and when?
Yes, they can. Center School I believe it's at 6 p.m. There will be an open house if you're interested to come look at Center School. Hi, Conti. Yes, please come. It'll be great.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate being up here. Have you read Azure's book?
I'm actually good friends with Azure. Yeah.
Okay, well, because Azure
We're both on
mentioned in
Why
their
We.
book about why we as an organization,
we're both
I
on
thought
Why
that was
We.
kind of
We
fitting.
met at Why We, actually. Yeah.
I just want to encourage, we're going to have public comment in about 15-ish minutes, and then after that we could do some business items. So I encourage you to stay up and ask questions and be just as engaged as us. And tonight you're with us. So if you have any questions or if you feel like we need to ask staff something from your perspective, please do speak up, and we're happy to have you here.
Thank you so much. I have to head out around 5:30, but this is great. Thank
Understood.
you.
Understood. We have now reached the consent portion of tonight's agenda. So may I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Do you ask first items to remove or not?
We'll get.
Where is my?
I move for the approval of the consent agenda.
Second the motion.
Approval of the consent agenda has been moved and seconded. Do any directors have any items they would like to remove from the consent agenda? Director Mack.
Yes, I'd like to remove item 4, BTA 4, approval of capacity management actions for the 2020-21 school year.
Okay. Are there any others? So I'll ask the Vice President to read a new motion with just the amended consent agenda.
I move approval of the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that item has been removed from the consent agenda and will be taken up for action after public testimony. So seeing as we have 17 minutes until public comment, I wanted to open it up to directors who wanted to speak any board comments before the 5:30 public comment, and I want to make sure we start right on time. So if any directors want to do their board comment section now, encourage you to use this time. And I think the only other caveat I would say is just be thoughtful that if it's on the agenda tonight, we can save that portion for that. But if there's any other updates or community meetings you want to advertise, this would be the time. There might be some poetry. Any directors want to speak now? Okay. Well, seeing as there are no directors that would like to do any board comments before the public testimony, I will adjourn us for, I will actually put us into recess for 15 minutes. We'll return promptly at 5:30 p.m. for public comment. We have now reached the public testimony portion of the agenda. Thank you. As we have now reached 5:30 p.m., we will next go to public testimony. So that we may hear from our speakers tonight, I ask that speakers who have concluded their testimony and members of the audience take conversations into the lobby if you so choose. The rules for public testimony are on the screen, and I would ask that speakers are respectful of these rules. We have a lot to get to in our agenda, and I want to be thoughtful about time. I do want to make sure to call out one of the specific points up there. It says the majority of the speaker's time must be spent on the topic he or she or they have indicated they wish to speak about. I would also like to note that each speaker has a 2-minute speaking time, and when the 2 minutes have ended, please conclude your remarks. If you don't, I will kindly ask you to do so. So can I have staff please read off the testimony speakers?
First up for public testimony, we have Adam Billen, followed by Angelina Riley, and then Krista Chan. Adam?
Hello.
Evening.
My name is Adam Billen, and I'm a senior from the Center School. Thank you for having Lucia and I here this afternoon. I've been here since my freshman year, and our small size has given me the opportunity to become incredibly close with both my peers and teachers, and become a part of a community that not only pushes me forward, but has become a safety net for me to fall back on. And that small, tight-knit community is incredible, but it comes with its own struggles. We often attract students who may need or want extra support from their community, and as a result, we have a student body with far higher rates of students with mental health, drug, or alcohol issues, and also have a far higher rate of students with 504s and IEPs as compared to other schools in the district. As a smaller school, we also run a tighter budget, meaning that we struggle to provide those students with the resources that they need. We lack a full-time nurse, mental health counselor, or 504 coordinator. As powerful as our community can be for much of our student body, it can't go so far as to replace professional help. We need funding for a nurse and 504 coordinator / mental health counselor as soon as possible to meet those needs. With a smaller student body, we also struggle to fund AP and art classes. When funding an AP or art class, we have to enroll nearly 12% of our student population in the class to have a full class of 30, a far cry from the 1 or 2% that Ballard or Garfield may require. When classes like that are cut due to low enrollment, students often turn to Running Start to fill the space in their schedule, leading to a lower headcount and even further lowered funding, resulting in cuts to even more classes. This has quickly become a vicious cycle, and to get out of it, we need your help. There's truly something special about the Center School, but without proper support and the budget for both the well-being of our students and the backbone of our advanced classes, we run the risk of losing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angelina?
My name is Angelina Riley, and I'm a junior at Rainier Beach High School. I've learned so much about Black history online, on Instagram. Like, let me tell you, the accounts that specialize on Black history is where I've learned the majority of the history I know about my people. I've learned about my people from personal research that I've had to do on top of schoolwork simply because I'm curious. Now, I'm not even gonna get into the comparison with my white counterparts, but I need to share my story about why ethnic studies is relevant and important to the advancement of students that look like me. To our new school board members, I'm here on behalf of the NAACP Youth Coalition to push the importance of ethnic studies in our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Krista Chan. After Krista, we will have Erica Iojama, followed by Kiddis Habat and Anessa Rodad.
Hi, my name is Krista Chan, and I'm a sophomore at Nathan Hale High School. First off, I would like to tell you my story of being an Asian American in high school. I have experienced many microaggressions in class. Like, students in class have made jokes about my eyes or yelling things saying, "Krista's gonna eat my dog," so loud my teacher heard and looked at me but stayed in silence. Knowing no one that looked like me, I felt alone. I tried talking to one of my teachers, but all they said was to brush it off and ignore them. After that, I felt no one could understand the hardships I was going through, the hurt I'm coming from, or no one cared enough to hear the point of view and where I came from. The only teachers I've had that looked like me have only been my math teachers, and that has made me feel like the only thing I can be good at is math, because that's all the representation I get in school, and I'm not even that good at math. I feel every time I ask for help or I'm confused on a problem, teachers assume I can do the math problem or the essay on my own because I am an Asian woman. It is very hard to get through in class knowing your teachers are holding such a high expectations without knowing you. I am not smart or successful because of my race. I am smart and successful because of my hard work. Representation matters, words matter, and efforts matter. It is important to have staff of color to be role models for students of color. Students of color should feel like they can make connections, sharing culture with teachers and understanding, but it's also important to work with the teachers you got to teach diversity, to increase the cultural acceptance, to allow teachers to be empathetic to the experiences and stories of others. We need to train teachers on racial equity and how to be allies to students of color. Too many times I've experienced or witnessed times students deal with microaggressions or racist comments in a classroom and see the teachers stay in silence. Silence doesn't help anyone but the oppressor, and we need to train teachers how to speak up and when they see injustice in a classroom. What is your concrete plan to address our demands? Thank you. We'll be back February 5th.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Erica Ujoma, and I'm a senior at West Seattle High School, as well as a representative of the NAACP Youth Council. Later today, the resolution supporting Black Lives Matter at school will be voted on, and we all anticipate its passing. This will be the third year of Black Lives Matter at School Week with district support, the third year of putting pen to paper, the third year of words with no action to hold them up. At my school, students of color have been targeted using racist slurs, are seeing white supremacy pop up in our school, and are feeling the implicit bias in classrooms. The passing of this resolution simply encourages staff to support Black students. Encouraging staff to be non-racist is not enough. The resolution will not teach staff how to de-escalate racial disputes, hold white students accountable, or solve the racial inequities in our district. Thus, it is not resolving much, is it? In the classroom, teachers are constantly asking things of students. Sit down, take your notes, pay attention. And we listen. We come in, respect our teachers, and do our work. It's necessary that this respect is paid back to the students in the form of Black Lives Matter at School Week. It should not be a choice for teachers to support their Black students. Furthermore, people learn by example. If our teachers display this respect to our students of color, it will be reflected throughout the school, and our student body will follow suit. I am here looking for action. Action beyond passing a resolution. Action that will be felt in classrooms and rippled throughout the district. Expand the Ethnic Studies Department and mandate ethnic studies. Reform discipline practices and incorporate restorative justice practices. Train all staff on issues of racial equity. These are actions that will enact change in our district. Our students and staff of color deserve to not only be supported, but to be respected year-round.
Thank you.
Kadist.
Hello, my name is Kidis Topte. I am a junior at Rainier Beach High School. To close the opportunity gap, you would expand ethnic studies, a curriculum that would not only center oppressed groups who have had to spend most of their lives learning from a Eurocentric perspective, but also help all races improve academically. When we demand ethnic studies, we demand that ethnic studies be implemented in all aspects and subjects of learning. It's clear that our demands have not been yet met, and it's unfortunate that the NAACP Youth Council has to repetitively show up at these districts meetings to sing the same tunes. But as long as our demands are not met and true equity in this district has not been implemented, expect to see us again. I cede the rest of my time to Israel Presley.
Like my friend previously said, every day, every second that goes by without ethnic studies, the opportunity gap widens. We're about prioritizing education is what I was told about the Seattle public schools. If we truly value our students, if we truly value the families that put in the effort to put their kids into these schools, you would give these students the same opportunity as their peers. Their peers get the opportunity to learn not just one version of their history, not just American history where they're always in power, but they also get to learn
about history in Europe. Yet, I got numerous classmates that don't get the opportunity to learn about their history, learn about who they are, let alone learn about how to love other people, let alone how to be a human being. I think it comes down to us really addressing the elephant in the room is about who really cares. And if you really do care, you would really provide the opportunity for these students to take leaps and bounds towards success. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
After Anessa, we will have Julie Popper, followed by Cliff Meyer and Tanya Davis.
Hi, my name is Anissa Roydad. I'm a senior at Ballard High School and a member of the NAACP Youth Council. 2 years ago, I gave my very first testimony at a school board meeting, which called for the school board to pass the Black Lives Matter at School resolution. Guess what I'm here to talk about today? The same thing. Although the BLM resolution passed in 2018, it expired in 2019. The 2019 resolution expired on Friday, and if this new resolution passes, someone is going to have to be here next year advocating in my place to get another one passed. This pattern perfectly exemplifies the district's support of Black and brown students, half-hearted and short-lived. What we need is concrete and lasting action. Instead of just passing the BLM resolution, we urge you to pass a resolution in support of the national demands. This means committing to those demands, which includes mandating Black studies and ethnic studies. Although a resolution of support for ethnic studies was passed in 2017, there is still no well-defined plan to expand the ethnic studies department. It's unsustainable to ask Tracy Castro-Gill, an educator of color, to keep doing the amount of work she does. And it makes me question just how committed you are to doing what you say in the strategic plan. That is, retaining educators of color. In the testimony I gave 2 years ago, I quoted Horace Mann, who said that education was the great equalizer. Currently, it's the great oppressor, and it will stay that way unless you take steps to change it. This new school board has the potential to advance racial equity further than it has ever been in this district. So I ask you, what concrete plans do you have to advance our demands? Will you support the national BLM at school movement? Will you create a plan to expand the ethnic studies department, or will you do nothing? We'll be back on February 5th to find out. Thank you.
Julie?
Hi, I'm Julie Popper. I cede my time to Chris Liburn.
Hello, members of the school board. Thanks for your time. I'm here to speak on behalf of the HCC program, in particular, access to minorities. My request is that you please consider the disservice that you would be doing to the minorities that are already in the HCC cohort program. I would argue that the HCC cohort program does more for Black children, particularly Black boys, than it does for their peers. Because back in his neighborhood school, my son, his behavior was treated and would probably be treated with punitive measures, isolation, and the recommendation for medication, far higher rate than their white counterparts. So please consider the kids that you would be doing a disservice to if the program is dismantled. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll also say I support Amendment 1. Taking the cohort away from just South Seattle is a huge equity issue. It's where a lot of our diversity lies, and it's not right to take this option away from some children in the South End when everyone else in West Seattle and the North End have that option. There's also an ongoing problem with teachers seeing Black children and brown children as discipline problems while white children are gifted and need to be tested. Getting rid of the cohort will not solve that problem. It will not. Having a cohort where the teachers recognize everyone as being able to do accelerated work gives Black and brown children in the cohort the opportunity to do that work without having to prove themselves day and again. So I think for equity and for the South End, please, Amendment 1 needs to pass, and we need to keep a cohort.
Hi, I'm Cliff Meyer, a parent at Washington Middle School and Garfield High School. I'm here to speak about the situation at Washington over the past few years and in the next few years. What you're looking at doing is attempting, I think, legitimately to repair a school that has gone through a lot of turmoil and where the district's racist approach to highly capable education has been on display in its worst possible way. However, as you've heard from other people here tonight, the way to defeat racism is not necessarily to ignore the needs of the children who do have needs that are different than are currently possible to be served in our neighborhood schools. I appreciate that you'd like to try this idea in neighborhood schools, but history has shown that the Seattle Public School District does not provide advanced learning in neighborhood schools. If you don't have the money to do it in the neighborhood schools, it's not going to change. Let's move forward, though, to thinking about Washington next year. Let's say you approve TAF, which is a wonderful organization that could make a huge difference for kids, especially given that it's going to be spending perhaps 30 to 50% more per child next year than the current budget would allow. You're putting a lot more money in their pocket that they're going to spend, I'm sure, in great ways. But what about grades 7 and 8? Right now, we know the weighted staffing standards, that formula that most of us have no idea what it does, really does not support the school that tries to both educate advanced students and folks who need some remedial work. Next year, it's going to be far worse. You're going to have grade 6 in one program if TAF is approved, and grades 7 and 8 in another. Yet you're providing mitigation funds only to TAF. Think about Washington Middle School for next year when you approve, if you approve this proposal. Make sure the money is there for grades 7 and 8 and those kids who are furthest from educational justice as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Tanya Davis, we have Monique Adams, followed by Milad Misbahi and Christine Tang.
I'm Tanya Davis, and I'm going to cede my time to DJU and to Chris Lombard.
Hi, my name is DJU. I have 3 kids in the HCC program. Obfuscating by hate-mongering to separate communities is wrong. After our last testimony here, my son was verbally attacked by a member of an audience that you support and know. Then being told that it was my fault that I should have walked away, or that you've seen worse here, is not okay. You need to have a code of conduct, just like in Olympia, outside that says, these are the things that you are required to do when you come in here. Minority kids work hard because they have to. They live in a white world, and those that look white are in power. This determines whether you get the job, the grade, go to college, and as a person of color, I am outraged that you're placing or farming out public education instead of ending the K-3 gap. Yes, I demand more. Instead of keeping programs like HCC, which provides rigorous academics, you claim that African Americans and Hispanics cannot test into this program if we tried universal testing. Yet you haven't tried it. 20 years, no changes, only more obstacles in testing. A 2007 report focused on disadvantaged kids found that they were more likely to fall from the ranks of high-achieving students over the course of their school careers, and they rarely rise to the rank of high achievers. Your actions are copiously impacting the needs of students of color who are the most economically and sociologically disadvantaged. And to your perversion of equity, my 10-year-old is sitting in learning math by himself at a laptop with 43 other HCC students at Thurgood Marshall. In contrast, the general ed class has 16 students, and the teacher teaches math. You're knowingly and actively neglecting the needs of the HCC, and these students appear like pawns in your political strategies. Public education is public education for all.
Thank
for
you.
all.
Many of our Black and brown youth with so-called cognitive or behavioral challenges are gifted children who have never had their giftedness affirmed. Those are just straight up facts. Y'all know that. But once more, the district continues to ignore over 50 recommendations from the latest Advanced Learning Task Force to make advanced learning accessible and equitable for Black and brown children. Like our children, the people who are standing behind me, whose children were failed by teachers with low expectations of them because of the color of their skin and what they believed they could and couldn't do time and time again. It is traumatizing. I recently looked over my son's second grade report card. He was testing at a 4th and 5th grade level in math, and his teacher was assessing him with 2s. It was insulting. And when we asked them why, they couldn't give us an answer. But we already knew, my husband and I, what that answer was. It was because of the color of his skin and the low expectations that these teachers had for what my boy and other boys and other girls who look just like him can and can't do. Adopting many of these reforms by the Advanced Learning Task Force would see an immediate surge in Black and brown enrollment in advanced learning as it has in other districts. But instead of expanding access to advanced learning, the board is seeking to eliminate the South End pathway for Black children. That is what you are doing. I'm talking about the Black kids, I'm talking about the brown kids. If you eliminate the South End pathway, you are eliminating the pathway for them. So understand when you go to vote today what you are voting on and what you are going to do. I am not about to give you, you can cut my mic, but I'm not giving it up.
Please conclude your remarks.
This is why.
Please conclude your remarks.
I'm concluding my remarks. This is why we support Amendment 1. Neighborhood schools did not or could not support our children's needs.
Thank
and
you.
to be
Your 2 minutes have
clear,
ended.
we are
Please
not in
conclude
opposition
your
to other
remarks.
Black and brown families advocating for their children's
Please call
needs.
up the next person
We
for public
reserve
testimony, please.
our righteous anger, the fire in
Bilal
our bones
Wasabi.
for the district who is setting up this false
Please
dichotomy of
conclude your remarks.
either high cap or Taft, further perpetuating this painful division. We reject these false
Please call up
narratives
the next
and
person
myths.
for public
We
comment.
call on SPS to
Bahi.
mandate and support all Black and brown 3rd graders reading at or above grade
Please
level by
conclude your
2025.
remarks.
We call on all board members to support Amendment 1.
I
and the
see we need to take a
continued
quick
South
5-minute
End high cap
recess. The meeting
pathway
is now recessed
for
for
Black
5
and brown
minutes. When the
children.
meeting is reconvened, we will start at the next speaker. 5 minutes. Please return to the dais.
Next up for public testimony, we will have Milad Mesbahi, followed by Christine Tang and Chia Wang.
Hello? Oh, okay, it's on. Sorry. Okay.
One moment. I just need to reconvene us from recess. There you go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Milad Mesbahi, and I'm a student at Ingram High School. How does education look today? Is it used to enhance our understanding of reality or to push certain agendas and ideas forward? We as a society have placed value and trust within our public education system to foster critical thinking and teach students various areas of knowledge that prepare them for future careers and endeavors they may pursue. But this is not occurring. Instead, we see a Eurocentric narrative being continuously pushed and the flourishment of a curriculum that is centered around the success of white and privileged students. Students of color are thus left with a limited understanding of themselves and their identities. You all, however, can change this. Ethnic studies serves as a counter-narrative that is actively anti-racist and will serve as a curriculum that will combat the microaggressions and stereotypes that have blossomed from the apathy and ignorance of our current education system. Throughout my educational experience, I have seen the discrepancies that exist within Seattle Public Schools. Finding inspiration and learning is one of the most important things when it comes to student growth, yet students of color rarely learn about the figures and the stories of their cultures or ethnic groups that allow them to see themselves in history. Because of our current curriculum, we see blatant racism in our classrooms, both in structure and thought. Segregation within our schools where students of color feel like our education system doesn't value their learning, and a colonized curriculum that ignores the indigeneity of people and knowledge. Some people look at ethnic studies and describe it as a multiculturalist education that serves no purpose with the acquisition of actual knowledge. This could not be farther from the truth, however. Ethnic studies is not a standalone high school course that simply studies specific ethnic groups or an act of inclusivity, but is a holistic narrative of our world and history that serves to reverse the social and intellectual pitfalls that were created and perpetuated by a current education system. I challenge you all to reflect on your roles as school board directors and the responsibility you have in incorporating ethnic studies throughout K-12 education if you truly value the growth and knowledge of students in society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Tang.
Good evening. I support ethnic studies in SPS. I also support Amendment 1 to the Board Action Report. It is extremely inequitable to deny the students in Central Seattle and the South End access to a cohort pathway. This is Seattle's most diverse cohort, where the majority, 53% of students, are students of color. This amendment would not take anything away from the HICAP families in the South End and Central Seattle. It would open a gate instead to an opportunity they currently do not have without this amendment. It's an option, not a mandate. I'm not here to uphold the status quo. For too long, the district process of accessing HICAP services has been the equivalent of a secret handshake for those in the know, discriminating against students who are Black and brown, English language learners, low income, and twice exceptional, those children who are gifted and have learning disabilities or other disabilities, who are neurodivergent or differently wired. The Advanced Learning Task Force recommendations address all these inequities and call for advanced learning opportunities in every school, as well as immediate action once student needs are identified. But you have to identify them. Advanced learning services are required for gifted kids because gifted kids are not better, they're not superior. They simply present differences in the way they learn, the speed at which they acquire information and retain information, the social emotional support they need. I'm appalled at the erasure of gifted and Black and POC students from the policy discussions. Your discussions have centered white students and how their families circumvent and take advantage of the system. I want you to center the Black and brown gifted students and what they need in SPS. Have you asked their parents what they need? Those Black and brown students who tested in despite biases, implicit and explicit, despite bias testing, despite the barriers. I wanted to center those 2E Black and brown students who are now in ESL classrooms.
You're eating into everybody else's time. Please
those
conclude your remarks.
Where they do not get access to academic
Please call
instruction.
up the next speaker. Thank
Next
you.
up, we have Chia Wang, followed by Hugh Kim, and then Chris Jackins.
Chia.
Chia.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, it eats into everybody else's public comment time that they've signed up for. Thank you. We have heard you. This is disrespectful to other people's public comment time. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
I have 2 points and a request. The first point is that the HC cohort, while flawed in many ways, as indicated by some of our signs, is a highly successful academic program. The students at Garfield consistently lead the city in academic metrics and go on to some of the best colleges in the country. At a time when the U.S. is having trouble competing academically on the world stage, I don't want us to forget that Seattle Public Schools, through the HC cohort, provides an education that ranks among the best in the country. My second point, though, is that just because HCC parents don't want to see the cohort disbanded does not mean that we are against TAF. TAF looks like a great program, but we are being asked to take a leap of faith in the name of equity, and while that may be the noble thing to do, we worry about our children, and we are concerned that the district is disregarding the recommendations of the Advanced Learning Task Force. I know that the perception is that HC families are sitting on mountains of privilege, but for the most part, what that translates into on a day-to-day basis is 2 parents working full-time, struggling with our mortgages, trying to educate our children in a challenging world. Yes, we have options and opportunities, but not as many as the school board seems to assume that we have, especially at this late date. The school board is prioritizing the needs of underserved students, and that is as it should be. My request is that you approach this issue with some flexibility and some empathy for the HC students who are also in your charge. We appreciate that Amendment 1 may provide an option, but the geographic distance is a hardship. My request is that the 6th grade cohort be allowed to remain at WMS during a transition period while we digest the recommendations of the task force and we get used to TAF and TAF gets used to us. After all, there will still be 7th and 8th grade HC cohorts at WMS. Any decision about the middle school HC cohort should be made across the entire district after the task force recommendations have been considered.
Thank you very much.
For all public schools, uplifting the struggling students of color should be a priority. But serving the needs of those who are advanced should be equally as important. Public education, as a democratic entity, has an obligation to address the needs of all families, Black, white, Asian, Latinx, and Native people of color. SPS's plan to disrupt the cohort model in the South End by mixing them in general classes will have a negative impact. Struggling students are SPS's top priority, which means their needs will be the focus and attention of teachers in classrooms, which will stunt the growth of advanced students. In a rush to level the field for those who are underprivileged, the SPS is ignoring the children who are working hard to excel. There is no plan, no direction for children in HCC South End. It's like you're telling these kids, look, you have rich white parents, even if you're not rich or white, just deal with it. That is not justice in education. That goes against the purpose of a public education institution. Allow our South End cohorts to stay together. Vote yes on Amendment 1.
Thank you.
After Chris Jackins, we will have Brian Terry, followed by Sarah Jones, and then John Persack.
My name is Chris Jackins, Box 84063, Seattle 98124, on the Joint Operating Agreement between Seattle Public Schools and Technology Access Foundation, TAF. 7 points. Number 1, Washington Middle School will be co-managed by the district and TAF. Number 2, some members of the school board have claimed that the TAF program will technically not be a charter school. This dodges the issue. Number 3, what is being proposed is to have a private company operate a public school. Number 4, board members are elected to help oversee the operations of public schools. Number 5, please consider the following amendment. TAF and Seattle Public Schools will not accept funding of the Washington Middle School TAF project from donors who contributed more than $1,000 to the state charter school initiative. Number 6, I am including a list of 7 areas in which the TAF proposal appears to violate state law. Number 7, instead of TAF, please reopen the African American Academy and Indian Heritage High School. Please vote no. On school board oversight, 4 points. Number 1, when adopting curricula, state law requires the board approve the members of the Instructional Materials Committee, the IMC. Number 2, at a court hearing last week, The district's outside attorney got the judge to make a finding that the word approval means tacit approval, that no board vote is required on IMC members. Number 3, the same word, approval, is also used in the same statute with regard to curricula. Number 4, your attorneys have thereby apparently established that no board vote is required on curricula. You can all go on vacation. Please insist that your attorneys appeal this court finding. For decades, the board allowed 3 minutes per person for public testimony. This board allows only 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. In Brown versus the Board of Education, Chief Justice Earl Warren warned that serving black students in racially segregated classrooms generates a feeling of inferiority as to their status in the community that may affect their hearts and minds in a way unlikely ever to be undone. The reverse has also been well documented. Desegregation provides significant benefit to underprivileged students. It is estimated that spending 12 years in integrated classrooms is enough to completely overcome the black-white educational attainment gap. And yet, at many of our pathway schools, we continue to place mostly white, highly capable classrooms next to mostly black neighborhood classrooms. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke about the difficulty of desegregation in his letter from a Birmingham jail. I have yet to engage in a direct action campaign that was well-timed in the view of those who have not suffered unduly from the disease of segregation. For years now, I have heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every black person with piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. We must come to see with one of our distinguished jurists that justice too long delayed is justice denied. Please, find a way to serve our highly capable students without racial segregation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah Jones. I'm a female minority and I'm a graduate of the Advanced Placement Program, also known as a highly capable cohort at Washington Middle School. I'm here today to tell you the program changed my life. Prior to APP, I grew up with a single mother in a low-income household. I was a student who was unintentionally disruptive with mediocre grades. In class, I would finish my work early, sit bored, and talk to other students. When I was 9, my mother married and we moved to the Seattle Public School District, one of the best things that happened to me. I had an awesome teacher, Sherry, who recognized that I was in fact not a mediocre student. I was bored and needed to be challenged in an environment that went at the speed of my brain. She recommended to my parents that I test for APP. In 6th grade, I entered APP at Washington, where I was finally challenged and fully engaged. I became a straight-A student who learned about her own brilliance for the first time. My parents did not graduate from college, but I went on to earn a graduate degree on full scholarship from University of Michigan. I have founded a startup, been honored in Puget Sound Business Journal's 40 Under 40, and now run an innovation team at a Fortune 50 aerospace company. I am a black woman leader in tech, and I'm a proud product of the Seattle Public Schools. I am proud of the exemplary education I received through the HCC model. I would not be where I am today without it. I'm not alone. Many of my minority colleagues have gone on to be doctors, authors, lawyers, musicians, and more. It breaks my heart to hear that little boys and girls like I was, whose brains work differently, may not get the opportunity to learn in an environment that's right for them and will help them realize their brilliance. I urge you to keep the HCC model and let's work together to fix the issues with access and to ensure all teachers have the opportunity and that we train more all children have the opportunity and we train more teachers to be like Sherry's, who can recognize highly capable students when they show up differently.
Thank you.
After John Persak, we will have Fatumata Sako, followed by Dion Malatesta, and then Joanna Cullen.
honorable board members and superintendent. Over the past several months, I'm hearing that this district's administration does not understand neurodiversity and wishes to publicly demonize highly capable children. This is a form of institutionalized child abuse. Manufactured brilliance is a terminology that is fundamentally anti-science and an alternative fact. I was in Olympia today to support Senate Bill 6282. The legislation does not call for IEPs for gifted children. Please stop misleading the public on this and stop pitting special ed parents against other parents. You wish to dismantle highly capable learning without a plan, without a destination. Do not mislead the public into believing that neighborhood schools are equipped to pick up the slack. We all know the truth. You don't need to press pause. You need to press reset on this. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Fatoumata, and I'm here to support Amendment 1. I think it would make more sense to add more HCC pathways in the south and central areas of Seattle, where there are more students of color and who has been disqualified to access advanced learning services and HCC for many years. Why am I talking about that? I'm a parent who have been navigated the testing system for many years for my current 9th and 8th graders before realizing that being an ESL, being an immigrant, or lacking resources can automatically disqualify you from these advanced learning programs. English is my fourth language. And when I came to America, I already spoke it though, because we had English at school. And I tried to support my kids at home for many years before sending them to public schools. Why did I do that? I did it because I believed in a democratic society introduced to me through books and media at school and at college back in my home country. I believed in an equitable educational system that would recognize its students' strength, potential, and challenges and meet their needs at any level. Providing more advanced learning opportunities for students of color is the first step to educational justice. This is possible by introducing the opportunities from preschool to elementary and through middle school. How can we do that? I think we could do that by providing tools to teachers to communicate better to parents, resources that are available for the children, whether they're brown, black, or white. I might be wrong, but I have witnessed frustration and discouragement many times in parents whose students are denied access to an equitable education, whether it's in the classroom, in the athletic field, or elsewhere in their learning journeys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dion?
Good evening. As it is fairly clear that the TAF-SPS Joint Operating Agreement will be approved tonight, and this will push forward the dismantling of the highly capable cohort, I ask that you spend some time educating yourselves about the needs and challenges of cognitively atypical and twice exceptional children and the real documented risks of not providing them with an appropriate learning environment. Note that when I say you, I am not talking just about the board, but anyone with decision-making power in Seattle Public Schools. Please also educate yourselves on how these risks are magnified for Black and brown cognitively atypical children, the children that have been ignored for decades in Seattle Public Schools, and the children you are purporting to help by dismantling the cohort. The work of Dr. Joy Lawson Davis, Dr. Donna Ford, Dr. Tarek Grantham, and other scholars of color who understand the needs of cognitively atypical children of color is important reading as you reimagine how cognitively atypical children will be served and identified in Seattle Public Schools. The process of bringing TAF to Washington Middle School did not have to be so contentious. If the district had chosen to recognize that cognitively atypical kids have real needs and challenges as a result of their atypicality and honored the real fears and concerns of families instead of denigrating them, perhaps we could have had a more productive and healing discussion around meeting the needs of all students equitably instead of pitting communities against each other and ignoring those at the intersections. By using rhetoric such as manufactured brilliance and opportunity hoarding, you have helped create an environment where it is okay for an adult to attack a student in this room in full view of the dais. Given that my time is almost up, I want to say lastly, please vote for the Black Lives Matter resolution, and I urge you to move faster to implement the demands of the Black Lives Matter at School movement. Your work is just beginning. There is healing to be done, as well as delivering on your promises. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Joanna Cullen, we'll have Gian Nicolo Rosario, followed by Emily Wheeler and Dustin Wunderlich.
Hi, I'm Joanna Cullen, and I'm a member of the community, and I'm mainly here to speak about my concerns about the anger and frustration in the community when process does not seem to be followed. I watched the hearing today on 6282, and I think it is about process. Process is supposed to empower us to know how to engage with our government agencies, our elected officials, and so much of this process has been backed up, turned around, not very clear, and not transparent. And of course, then people become angry and frustrated and seem to be set against each other. And somebody said, you cannot be set against each other unless you're already against each other. I do not believe that that is true in my community, that we can come together if a process is followed. And that I would like this new board to really consider carefully the process by which they transition students of any ability or any program to a new program, and this has not been followed. I also noticed that even tonight in the consent agenda, the approval of a purchase for TAF was approved before the actual TAF is voted to be accepted. That doesn't seem like an approval process. I can't believe I haven't used up all my time. There are so many issues here, but I'm not here to say how these services should be delivered, but a recognition of the need is necessary.
Thank you, Joanna. And just to clarify, there was not anything on the consent agenda. It was a student and staff technology purchase for Beck's 4 schools, so thank you. Next.
Gian. Hello, my name is Gian. I graduated. First, I'd like right from Rainier Beach. First, I'd like to thank our school board members for the resolution, which declares that Black students matter, and encourage our teachers to participate in the National Black Lives Matter at School Week. I also appreciate that the resolution acknowledges the historical injustice towards our Black and brown students. But today, that injustice continues in our education system. For example, mandating ethnic studies is one of the demands of the movement, yet our school district does not explicitly name ethnic studies in our strategic plan. Another example of this injustice is the amendment being considered tonight, which would continue segregation in our schools. The amendment uses language such as self-contained cohort. Our students deserve to have the same access to opportunities, and our students deserve to learn together in the same classroom. So with that, I urge our school board members not to support this amendment, and I urge our district to explicitly name ethnic studies in our strategic plan and make ethnic studies a priority. This is my closing remark. During the first weeks at Seattle Public Schools, you invited students and discussed things about our schools, and I asked you what services do students deserve that some students don't. So now I ask the same for our board members, and I ask you to reflect tonight before voting on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's great to see you back here.
Hi, Emily Wheeler. Here to talk a little bit about Washington Middle School, as many of us have. Washington Middle School is essentially a Title I school and a special needs school. It's been a blended school for many years, and it's been a blended school that hasn't had enough funding. Many of the core classes have over 40 kids. 40 kids. This is 8 beyond what is allowed by the teacher contract. We've been told, this is fine. They just pay the teachers more. The teachers are frustrated. This is why Washington Middle School does not do as well as it could, because it is underfunded. And now the district has found money to pay TAF when you haven't been able to find the money for years to pay the teachers to get the class sizes down. It's Title I school, we have special needs. We have 2 groups that work together, that play together, that do well together, but the classes are too big. And now you can find money for TAF. This makes no sense. TAF should go to a different school where you guys think about it a little bit more, bring it into HCC. As you've heard, are you listening to the Black and brown families that are up here telling you this is the pathway, this is where their kids go? You guys are not serving the minority community, you're not serving the South End. Bringing TAF in and pretending that this is gonna be okay is not gonna work. My son currently, right now the kids, I don't know if you know, art, gym, music, history, those are all blended classrooms right now at Washington Middle School. The kids are in classes together and they get to know each other. They are in different classes when it comes to math and English and science. And what's frustrating, so the school's 2/3, 1/3. So you've got, for example, the history class is 15 kids, gen ed kids, and 25 kids, HC kids. Yes, that adds up to 40 kids. You can imagine it's frustrating for the teacher. But this is such an imbalance, and you're just continuing this imbalance by bringing in TAF. So I'd like to ask you, why suddenly do you have the money? You haven't had the money for years. You need to fix this.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dustin Wunderlich and then Yvonne Hubbard.
Hello, I'm Dustin Wunderlich, Director of Communications for the University of Washington College of Education, reading a letter on behalf of Mia Tuan, Dean of the College. Dear board members, as Dean of the University of Washington College of Education, I can attest to the impact of TAF and its efforts over 20 plus years to realize social change and educational equity for low-income communities and communities of color in our region. I urge you to support partnering with TAF to further advance this collective work for our young people. TAF Academy's successes have achieved both local and national recognition for enlisting students as active participants in their own education, ensuring each student has the knowledge and experience to use STEM as a tool for positive social change, starting in their own community. TAF is dedicated to cultivating strong partnerships with students and families, as well as with districts, higher education, and business, to provide career-connected learning experiences. The UW College of Education and TAF have been long-term partners in creating educational opportunities for underserved communities. To name one example, UW and TAF partnered on a multi-year NSF grant to design and study curriculum that engages culturally and linguistically diverse middle and high school students in the investigation of real-world contemporary STEM topics. This work illustrates TAF Academy's success in preparing students to thrive in a rigorous and relevant learning environment rooted in project-based learning practices, exactly the kind of preparation that is essential for today's college and career-bound students. TAF shares Seattle Public Schools' commitment to ensuring every child achieves to their highest level and graduates ready for college, career, and life. By joining together, we can make greater progress toward educational justice for those communities who have for too long been furthest from it. Sincerely, Mia Tuan, Dean, University of Washington College of Education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvonne?
Hello again.
This will be my third time talking, and I hope that you guys can hear me and hear us behind me, because I'm here and I'm hearing these kids, they're asking for ethnic studies. Why are we begging for ethnic studies? Why? There's so many whys about the district, but I would love to tell you my daughter's story, but I only have a minute and 37 seconds left. But I can shortly tell you that before my child was in HCC, her teacher continuously told me she was autistic and that she wasn't as smart as she was. We donated books to the classroom that she had already read. I was told she couldn't read them. My daughter's been doing multiplication since she was 3. I was told that wasn't true. And I really would like us to stop telling each other and believing that like Black children can't be gifted, because it's harmful. It's harmful. There's so many of, I just want to say, if we would test more children, especially ones that you feel have behavioral problems, you probably would find that they are gifted. I support the amendment because that means that some of the children, and it's not enough, there needs to be more of us. There needs to be better representation. Everyone who gets up and talks and says HCC is broken, they're correct. All of these children here asking for a quality education, they are correct. All of the kids deserve that. My child deserves it. And I hope you hear us this time. I hope you hear that we do exist, and that disbanding the cohort in the south end when there is a plan for the north end, I wouldn't be standing up here talking if you guys had a plan to do multi-tiered learning like you say. I went to a CSEC meeting that said there was a plan, but this plan isn't happening in the south end, it's going to happen in the north end. How come our children don't get this option to have like a prepared system? If you don't have teacher training, you cannot teach to low students and high students.
Thank you. Please conclude your remarks.
All children should be at standard at least. So don't let them get to middle school before you try to make
Thank you.
changes. And you know what? Please don't walk away when we're talking. There's so many of us who don't get to have a voice.
And when we go over time, it
When
cuts
we-
into every other person's time. Thank
I'm
you.
so
Please
sorry.
conclude
Would you
your
like to
remarks.
stand? I will stand here and make sure you get to talk. Yes, but my point is that the system is broken. You need to do something about it, and you need to stop walking away from us when we're trying to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This concludes the sign-up list for public testimony this evening.
That concludes our public testimony for the meeting. Thank you to all who have attended and shared your testimony tonight. While we are not able to respond individually to each speaker who has joined us, I do want to share gratitude for you taking your time to be here to address the board. So I'm going to move us to the items pulled from consent. So we'll now move on to those items that were removed from the consent agenda. So the agenda item was number 4, BTA 4, approval of capacity management actions for the 2020-21 school year. I'm going to ask the VP to make a motion.
I move approval of BTA 4, approval of capacity management actions for the 2020 to 21 school year.
And the motion.
I'm going to ask our Ops Committee Chair to, what was the recommendation again? This was for approval, correct?
Yeah, this item came through for approval, but it's been updated since introduction because there was a typo on the dollar amounts, and the reason that I pulled it was because it was corrected in 2 places, but not in the 3rd place in the fiscal.
So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Podesta. If you have, would love you to share about the revisions or any new info since introduction.
No, this was Chief Operations Officer Fred Podesta.
Just one moment. If folks are still continuing conversation, if I can encourage you to please go out into the lobby. I want to make sure we get through the business portion of this meeting and get people home at a reasonable hour. So, okay, Chief Podesta, thank you.
This was discussed comprehensively in committee and also at introduction. There was an error in the motion. The amount didn't match the exhibits. Once the numbers were refined, there was a $100,000 difference, as Director Mack points out. That was corrected in the motion. It also needs to be corrected in the fiscal portion of the bar. My understanding from our legal counsel is that no amendment needs to be made. The motion is correct. We can correct the other citation administratively, and the exhibits are correct.
Does that satisfy the kind of concern from raising it out of the consent, Director Mack?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the only concern. I just wanted to make sure that that typo was corrected.
Thank you for calling that out. Do any directors have any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Harris?
Aye.
Director Hersey? Aye. Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Rankin? Aye. Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Thank you. I do want to call out one. I heard a couple of our students from the NAACP Youth Coalition. I just want to clarify something. Our February 5th our February 5th regularly scheduled legislative meeting, which this is here every other Wednesday, is actually not going to be taking place until February 26th because we don't have any items to bring up from committees because of the snow. So we are postponing, and the next meeting won't be till the 26th. So it'll be right after I think it's the midwinter break. Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, if you show up on the 5th, I don't want you to feel bad that there's nobody here. But we will be here on the 26th for our regularly scheduled. It should be updated on the website. And again, that's because we had snow days and we had no committee meetings really in December or January, so there's not a lot of new stuff. And so I do apologize, but I want to make sure you knew that because you mentioned that, of course. Okay, so now we have come to the board comment section of the agenda. I'm going to ask again, just given the, obviously the really packed action item agenda, if we could just keep these two comments that are kind of relevant to anything you need to announce or anything that's kind of burning critical needs, and then if there's any of the comments that pertain to the relevant agenda item, just to reserve those for that portion. So, Director Rankin?
I'm going to keep my comments pretty short. I feel like the last 2 weeks since the last board meeting have just like flown by. I can barely remember what I have to reflect on. But I did want to say that one of the highlights of the last couple of weeks, besides having 6 puppies at my house, was 6 because one got adopted, attending the annual MLK Day at Garfield High School, where I was very privileged to attend the workshop led by many of the youth that are here right now, the NAACP Youth Council, and introduce myself to ones that maybe I hadn't met before, and what the main takeaway that I got was, first of all, how incredibly brave and forward our high school students are. I mean, I'm stammering up here right now, and I'm 41, and I'm not getting really my thoughts across very well. But the main thing I asked them, you know, what as a school board we could do to support them, and the thing that I heard was to include students more. One student noted that we have someone sitting here on the end of the dais, but it's a little bit performative is not quite the right word, but it's great to give them that recognition and a chance to share, but it's not very integrated into the rest of what our policy looks like, or giving student voice or student insight into how the process happens. So I heard the desire to be included when there are opportunities for input, and it makes a lot of sense to me since every decision that we make is for and about them. So I'm definitely interested. If any of you are interested in curriculum and instruction, I chair that committee, and I would be more than happy to have your perspective and your presence in some of those conversations. And it was a great day. I really enjoyed being there with my fellow directors and my sons and my husband, and that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Rankin. Director Hersey.
Also had a great time at the MLK event over at Garfield High School. I think that when I think about the second graders that I teach every day, I hope they are just as active and just as engaged as the young people that we see sitting in front of us. They are repeatedly here telling us the truth about their experience, and we have so much to learn from them and so much right to do by them. And I am so looking forward to continuing to partner with them to figure out, how do we solve some of these issues that we're talking about? How do we incorporate the demands of the Black Lives Matter at School movement into actual concrete policy? So you have a supporter in me, and I know so many other of our colleagues at this dais, around figuring this out, but y'all are going to be a crucial part so that we not only do this, but we do it right. And let's have continued conversations about what that looks like. I did also want to mention that our de-escalation training and community event that was previously scheduled got interrupted by the snow. It has officially been rescheduled, and I want to take this opportunity to invite you all. It is going to be on February 24th. It's a Monday, same time, same place, 6:30 at New Holly. I hope that you can attend, and I look forward to seeing many of you there, hopefully. Community meetings are coming up, and I will save the rest of my comments for the appropriate legislation.
Thank you, Director Hersey. Other directors? Director Harris.
Again, heartfelt thanks for being here, for telling your truths, for standing up, getting counted, for the probably thousands of emails. Most of them extraordinarily thoughtful, some of them not so much. Read them all, can't respond to them all. But please know that this director, and I believe my colleagues, read every darn one of them. Community meetings, this Saturday, 3 to 5, January 24, Del Ridge Library. February 15, 3 to 5, West Seattle Branch Library. March 21, 3 to 5, High Point Branch Library. We're back in the lasagna rotation. You've got a 33 1/3 chance. Also, I have office hours, Wednesdays at 7 a.m. Please contact the board office if you would like that opportunity. And my phone number is on the website, and I'm known to buy coffee and other libations if you'd like to get together. Saturday, I unfortunately was not able to come to the MLK Day in March and workshops, but I did make it down here to the school enrollment fair where alternative schools, and notice that I use the word alternative, not option. I will go to my grave not using the word option. That's a watered down term. And if you know me and have known me very long, you know that is one of my highest advocacy issues and probably one of my highest pain points, because we are not working with widgets, we are working with students. And alternative learning is critical because our students are not widgets. Are some alternative learnings more expensive? Yes. And then I go back to my tried and true line with Chief Financial Officer Jolynn Berge and her extraordinarily capable staff and say, where on the spreadsheet do lives that get saved get counted? In any event, this room was packed and rocking, and it was critically important. And 4 years ago, we started doing these presentations, and every year it's gotten better, and it made me very proud of our district. And please spread the word with student enrollment coming up that we do in fact have choices, and that folks need to avail themselves to those choices in lottery systems. It is not a cut and paste education. I'm just going to put this right out here. We had folks testifying in Olympia, and because of the legalities of testimony in front of legislative bodies, they had to testify I am a school director, I am a superintendent, but I am here testifying personally. My desire, and you all may disagree with me, Lord knows that disagreements can be very constructive and healthy, but in the future, when bills like this pop up that are critically important, I'd prefer that we called an emergency board meeting and passed a resolution so that we do, in fact, have the authority of our elected offices behind our testimony. And that would also assist us on intra-board communication as well. And I so hope, and you know I'm going home to watch TVW tonight, that the words unfunded mandate came up often. It is a real bear to be sitting up here having bills passed every which way but loose, some of them very good, some of them well-intentioned but poorly written, but when they don't come with money, again, I call fake news. Huge thank you to the Green Lake Dragons, Kokiva, that was
moving
beyond, and to our students who show up and testified and are frustrated and disappointed with us. You have right to be. You have absolute right to be. Ethnic studies is going way too slow. It is not well funded. And we have to change that. And should we not be able to carve out the funds and the program with the assistance of staff, then I submit to you all here at the dais, we need to pass board resolutions and line item budget and make it happen. And I don't like saying that because it sounds non-collaborative. But 3 years is a long time to wait, and we've had some significant missteps getting here. We've made progress. Are we doing enough? No. Are we going deep enough? No. Are we going fast enough? No, no, and no. And to put history in perspective and not to equate it, please recall that this is the 45th anniversary of the decision in Roe v. Wade, and that last week, Virginia finally passed the Equal Rights Amendment. Most of my old life I've been waiting for to happen. We can't continue doing business this way. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Other directors? Director Hampson.
Apologies for the false start on my prior comments,
You're good.
which is good that Director Dwell stopped me because I didn't get a chance to do my official introduction. Hanach ni karigiwina, hochak rajra henukadraidiga hingaire na makate rajra Chandra Hampson ga hingaire na. And that will now officially be translated, I hope, on this version because I have provided that language. I greet you all. My name is Hanuka Draidiga in Ho-Chunk and Chandra Hampson in English. So I was expounding about turtle and coyote and skunk. And skunk, turtle asked skunk to show his powers when he got into the canoe with them, and his powers were so strong, if you know what skunk's powers are, that he knocked him clean out of the canoe. That made my week. That was otherwise it has been a difficult one in terms of getting really passionate emails from folks. I did spend some time. I've spent much of the last couple of weeks working on getting to know TAF better. I did a tour with TAF at Sahaley and TAF offices. We'll talk more about that when we get to that action item. As I said, I have a doodle poll that I have first as a way to center the voices of Black, Indigenous, families of color, have sent out to those communities. There's something like 200 potential meeting times. You suggest the location, I come to you. and I'm engaging with community in that way. And I've had 7 people sign up so far, and had a number of those meetings already. Had the opportunity to be interviewed along with Superintendent Janot and Director DeWolf by 2 Native students from the Shakachib program at Nathan Hale, which was incredibly inspiring, and really grateful to hear from them how much that class means to them. Was able to attend the MLK celebration at Mount Zion, put on by Seattle Colleges, which was incredibly inspiring. That's such a historic, it was the first time I'd had the opportunity to be in that historic place and experience that historic community, and was really honored to be able to witness that and be part of it. Had a good conversation with PE teacher this week around class size caps, and plan to be looking more into that. Got to see some of the new food items that we got to taste roll out into some elementary schools, and heard really positive feedback from, in particular, one of the preschool teachers about how well that food is being received. So maybe some of the kids that I volunteer with can start eating lunch again. And then I did want to note that I heard, I'm hearing loud and clear all these messages about ethnic studies, and I'm particularly focused on the national Black Lives Matter focus on Black studies in particular. And I want to talk more about that with the NAACP Youth Coalition, and I appreciate your presence here. I appreciate you staying here. I know it's a lot of time. I'm very familiar, as you may have heard earlier, with the difficulties of rolling out curriculum into buildings that is intended to authentically represent a community, as is the case with Since Time Immemorial. We have a lot of work to do, even once we do get the curriculum. So I hope that with Since Time Immemorial that we are paving the way but we need to work harder and push harder, and I'm in that work with you. I think most of the rest I will leave for later. Oh, I did want to note, I do not know, I'm very interested in this idea of having to reauthorize the Black Lives Matter resolution every year. I believe we will check in with our legal minds, but I believe that because it's a resolution that it's only annual authorization, and so that means we need to talk more about what does that look like in policy. That probably plays into the anti-racist organization policy that I believe will be coming through next month. And I think some of you had a chance to review that, so we can talk about maybe where there's some interplay there.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Director Mack?
Good evening. I want to give a huge thank you to the staff that stayed up all hours of the night to deal with the snow event, up at 3 a.m. having meetings to plan whether or not we call a 2-hour delay or whether or not we cancel school. And I really appreciate the work that went into that, so thank you. I also noticed that there really wasn't a lot of late buses or accidents, and students were safe. And so thank you for all of that work, especially the middle of the night work that was required. Also, I appreciate, as always, all of the folks that come down to testify and write in. As Director Harris said, and I know Director Hampson has said before too, we get a flood of emails, reading everything and incorporating it in my thinking, and appreciate that you take the time, because I know that it takes time, and your voices matter. So thank you for coming on all the different topics and all the perspective that you're bringing. I especially want to mention and thank Lucia and Adam from the Center School, talking specifically about that school's budget and the challenges that it's facing in terms of not having the mental health counselors, having to pick between some of the arts classes and AP classes, et cetera, and that I'm looking forward to more robust conversations in our WSS and our planning for the budget for next year to ensure that our schools have sufficient budget to provide the robust offerings that our students deserve. And I do not, unfortunately, I don't have anything scheduled for community meetings. We're talking about doing community meetings together between Director Rankin, who's new to Ops Committee. Welcome. And Director, why is my brain just blanking? Hersey, thank you. You're sitting here, and my brain just blanked for a second. Director Hersey, we were talking about having some joint meetings together. We don't have those scheduled yet, but looking forward to those happening soon. And that's all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Mack. Director Bear-Smith.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I also want to say thank you to our Green Lake students who were here earlier. Nothing warms a heart like seeing our students embody that value of helping others. And it's one of my schools in my district, so I look forward to visiting them as soon as I get the chance. I had the pleasure of visiting with Robert Eaglestaff last week, sat down with Principal Campbell there, and had a really great time there. Really learned a lot about what she's working on there and really respect the work she's doing as far as restorative justice practices and culturally responsive teaching. She gave me a book, Culturally Responsive Teaching and the Brain, which I look forward to digging into. And I'm working on meetings at Sacagawea, McDonald, John Stanford, and Interagency, which isn't in my district but very close, and I'm very interested in seeing what's happening at that school. I also have a community meeting coming up. Feedback, just me? Okay, maybe. Community meeting coming up in just 10 days on Saturday, February 1st, 3 to 5 p.m. at Green Lake Library. Sorry about so that's, it's open to everybody, not just District 2 residents. I look forward to seeing you there. In other news, I have finally received my new district phone. It's beautiful, I know, like all the 6th graders have. And it's a flip phone. I think it's beautiful. I know Director Hersey went for the iPhone. But you know, this is tough. So I love it. I chose it. I want it. And I hope you can call me on it. The number is also on my new business cards. I have cards officially on the last one to the show there. But I have them now. It has my district phone number on it, and also has my URL for my Meet Me page to schedule meetings with me. You go to this website, you'll see my calendar that I see, and you'll see when I am either sleeping, eating, or doing nothing else. So please make appointments with me. I would love to come to where you are. Like I said, please visit that. And that's also, I don't know if it's on the website yet. It's basically doodle.com/Director Rivera-Smith. Pretty easy to remember. Or come grab a card from me if you want. But either way, I look forward to using that to be out in the community and meet with you at your leisure. Thank you for that. Also, I began working along with Director DeWolf here on a couple of items. We are reviewing and expanding our green goals, our district's green goals, because we want to build upon that and build upon the energy from all of our students and families around, making a livable planet for us. Also, are working on the issue that came up a few months back about students being able to miss school for civic engagement activities, because there is definitely a belief in some of us that that's something you should be able to do and have an excused absence for that, and we want to make that happen. So we are working along with district staff to see what we can do there. So more coming soon. Yeah, we haven't forgotten about that, and that's really important to us. So. That, and I just want to also, again, like other directors have said here tonight, thank you so much to everybody who emails. There's a lot of them, a lot of emails, really passionate, really thoughtful emails. I'm sorry we can't get back to all of them. And just so you understand, we are not allowed to reply all if we get an email from somebody, because that creates like an unofficial meeting, which we can't do. So sometimes it's hard to know if you got an answer or not. Sometimes it might feel like someone's better suited for that, so we leave it and we wait, but we never really know if you got a reply. So don't feel bad pinging us again, because it's probably that we just didn't have a coordination going on and didn't know who was reaching out, who was responding, because it kills me that some people out there aren't getting responses, because none of us want you to feel like your email goes into a void and it goes into just the abyss. So again, feel free to reach out, and thank you to everybody who comes out and gives testimony at these meetings. It's not easy. I know it's not easy to sit up there or here and to talk and to speak eloquently. It takes a lot of guts. And I want you to also, please remember to respect all of our speakers. We're not all going to agree. I kind of have my own personal policy that I'm going to clap for everybody. whether or not I agree with you, because I appreciate and respect that you've come up to speak to us. And I just want to know that everyone out there is being respected by the audience also, and so we keep it a safe space. We definitely want everybody to feel that they are wanted and accepted when they come up to speak with us. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Director Vera Smith. And I'll be quick too. Tansi okimau piisim nitisi nikason. Just again, thank you. My name is Young Buffalo Leader in my traditional Cree language, and so thank you for being here. I just want to share some really exciting news and certainly some deep and profound gratitude that I have for both our facilitator, Nancy Locke, SPS staff like Chief Podesta, Richard Best, as well as teachers and community members for continuing to engage and participate on the Student and Community Workforce Agreement Task Force. Today, this morning, I was up early for our final meeting to prepare recommendations that we'll be presenting to the board. We've been working on that for over the past 4 months. We're really excited about kind of this taking our commitment to equity and our strategic plan and thinking about ways that we can operationalize it in other parts of our work, particularly in our workforce development and our CTE programs here at Seattle Public Schools. So like I said, on March 18th, we will be presenting the recommendations to the board. And I know, certainly I think Chief Podesta would probably be okay having a one-on-one, or just if you have any more questions that certainly don't feel answered. I just wanted to also thank, I know Angelina's in the audience, so thank you. You were at our meeting last Saturday, and we'll actually be at the student advisory meeting again on the 1st of February to share the recommendations and to get feedback again. Again, we was really moved by the participation of last time, and so we're really looking forward to presenting what we have. I think it's a really good product, and I think it's certainly something you're going to be proud of. So thank you for making that work. I went to Meany Middle School to visit with the ASB Club and the drama department, the drama class, I guess, before our last meeting. And so one of the things I heard at the ASB class, which was filled with 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, they said they wanted more LGBTQ history in our schools. And so this Tuesday I met with Lisa Love, who is our health and LGBTQ education manager. And so we're trying to get creative, and so we'll have probably something to report in the coming months. But really, really grateful that it's really helpful if students are speaking and telling us what they want, as opposed to feeling like we're kind of driving things. And so hopefully it would be really responsive to their needs. And again, also grateful to Seattle MLK Organizing Coalition, as well as Directors Rankin and Hersey for honoring and observing MLK Junior's Life and Legacy this week at Monday's annual MLK Rally and March at Garfield High School. I know that it's been a little bit time since it has passed, but the incredible work that our nurses and our health folks did in our district to make sure that we had all of our kids vaccinated per state law, and I think it was a heroic effort. And so one of the things I'm going to hopefully starting to be instituting in our executive sessions is to write some thank you notes. And so I have the list of all of our nurses here. There's less than probably 75, and was hoping we could just sign thank you cards for our nurses. And then lastly, today is my birthday, and I want to actually dedicate particularly my mom calls me every birthday really early when I'm still sleeping. So I'm actually going to read a poem. This is from the Shakotchee program, and if you were here earlier, you heard Gail Morris, the Native Education Program Manager. The Shakotchee Classroom produces a book each year of poetry from our Native students, and so I'm just going to read a poem. It's called My Mom, and this is to my mom, and we'll go from there. I see a beautiful smile blooming let me just back up. This is by Elizabeth Hayes, who is Lakota Sioux. It's called My Mom. I see a beautiful smile blooming to life across her features. I hear her reassuring words coaxing me to be happy. I feel her warmth spread across my body as she gives me a hug and kiss goodnight. I smell the sweet smell of her perfume lingering in the room, reminding me that she was here. I taste every home-cooked meal she's made bursting in my mouth. My mom raises me up, and without her, I would be nothing. So, thank you. And again, thank you. I know we have a ton of work to do tonight, so I want to just ask directors if you need a health break, if you will, or if you would like to go right into our action items. I know if we did like a 10-minute biology break, and however else you need to handle it yourself. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Recess. we have now come to the additional business action items portion of the agenda. If I could get folks who are still having conversations to keep those outside or follow along as we're going to start our the additional action items from our agenda.
Hi, friends. We're about to get started. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we are just going to go right into action item number 1, and I will turn it over to our VP.
I move approval of a joint operating agreement between Seattle Public Schools and Technology Access Foundation, partial waiver of board policy number 2190 with respect to Washington Middle School, and amendment to the student assignment transition plan for 2021.
Second the motion.
And this came through executive committee, and our recommendation was for consideration. Thank you, Chief Counsel Narver.
I move that the school board approve the joint operating agreement between Seattle Public Schools and Technology Access Foundation as attached to this board action report. Waive with respect to Washington Middle School the provision in policy number 2190, highly capable services and advanced learning programs, that a self-contained cohort option is available in grades 1 through 8. And amend the student assignment transition plan for 2020 to 21 to include language that the STEM by TAF model at Washington Middle School will be implemented beginning in the 2020-21 school year, and that starting in fall 2020, highly capable services for 6th grade students at Washington Middle School will be provided in a blended model rather than a cohort model.
Second the motion.
Thank you, and thank you for helping us making sure our process is on point. I appreciate that. The recommendation that came through the executive committee of the whole was for consideration. So I'm going to ask our staff to come up to the podium for any revisions and new information since introduction at our January 8th legislative meeting.
Great. Thank you, President DeWolf and directors. My name is Sherry Cox, Senior Advisor to Superintendent Juneau. And I first would just like to honor all of the public comments that we heard tonight. There were some very heartfelt comments made to us by parents and folks in our community. And I know this work is hard. It's hard for all of us. I just want those particularly to acknowledge that while we maybe haven't always served students as best we can in the past, SEA is a committed partner. That's our Seattle Education Association, is a committed partner in doing this work with us to make more equitable outcomes for all students. I'd also like to call out that our special education and our advanced learning departments have been a partner in this work as we're moving ahead looking at the TAF, STEM by TAF curricular focus at Washington Middle School. I also want to give a special acknowledgement to some of the folks in the audience tonight in support of this work. Seattle Colleges, our breakfast group, Urban League, the Mayor's Office, the City of Seattle, Constance Rice, and the Alliance are all in the audience tonight. I want to spend an extra minute or two thanking TAF. These strong women have stood with us through a long, difficult process. They've opened their school doors to SPS parents, staff, and to you directors, who unfortunately at times left TAF students feeling inadequate in comparison to our SPS students. These great TAF leaders have attended multiple community engagements with us that were at times heated and loaded with racially charged language. I'm hopeful that that was not our intent. And I just want us to remember that sometimes our impact and our intent do not align. This is an opportunity for us to be in partnership with an organization with over a decade of a proven track record who wants to help us serve our students even better than we currently do, and to help us live up to our strategic plan, mission, and vision of creating students that receive a high-quality, world-class education that prepares them for college, career, and community. TAF staff, I am honored to have you with us today, and I am hopeful that we can move past some of these experiences and that the TAF program, the TAF, STEM by TAF curricular focus at Washington Middle School is the strongest TAF program in the state of Washington. I want to call out that there were 3 small changes since we were here at consideration. The first is on page 10 in the bar. There was just a small, may have been a Scribner's error, but I want to call it out, that it was listed that when we came before you, it was for approval when actually it was for consideration. I want to acknowledge that on page 19, section 10.3 in the joint operating agreement, per Director Mack's questions about the capital work, we've added some clearer language in that section. And I want to call out that on page 22, section 11.2.6, per questions about the procurement and decision-making process, we've cleaned up that language. I want to quickly re-emphasize a couple of important points. TAF is not a charter school, and it's not privatization. This is a partnership to bring a curricular focus, STEM, in partnership with the industry leader in this work that shares our values. We are not dismantling HC services. I believe we're bolstering them. We are not dismantling the pathway to Washington Middle School. We are, again, just proposing that we enter into a partnership with a proven organization. Washington Middle School is serving the HC students in the south, southeast, southwest corners of the city. It is not, though, however, our most diverse cohort, which we hear. We will continue to serve students who qualify for HC services, both in and out of the cohort, and we have an outstanding record at serving students who need HC services in both places, with our students in the cohort and out of the cohort scoring on average in the 95th percentile or above on state tests. I'm going to conclude my comments and open it up for questions.
Thank you. Do directors have comments and questions? And let me just pause here to say, for the process tonight, what we'll do is we'll have any questions or comments or concerns particularly specifically related to any portion of the staff presentation. Then what I'd like to do is pause there and open the conversation up to the amendment. We'll ask Director Mack and Rivera-Smith to guide us through any updates there, ask questions of those directors around that amendment, vote on that amendment, and then once that amendment is voted on, then either we have a new motion as amended, or we stay with the current motion we're under right now. I will walk us through that as we go along, but I just wanted you to, there's a little bit of a process here. Sure.
Clarify so I'm super clear before we start. So we discuss the bar, then we discuss the amendment, and the amendment has to be voted on first because
either we will have an original motion that needs to be amended.
It's an amendment to the bar, so we
Correct.
can't vote on them separately. Thank you.
Okay, Director Harris.
I have a question for Senior Advisor Cox first, and then I would like Chief Counsel Narver's response to some of the things that we heard in public testimony, specifically number 5 on our handouts from Mr. Jackins and his testimony. To Senior Advisor Cox, something you just said piqued my curiosity.
Okay.
As I'm sure will not be a surprise to you, that we do a, quote, outstanding job in serving highly capable students both in and out of the cohort in Southeast Seattle. What do we base that on? And if we base it on culturally inappropriate SBAC tests, I'd like to push back on that statement.
Thank you, Director Harris, for your question. And unfortunately, the SBA test is the test that is available to us. And so when we utilize that data to look at how our students, both in the cohort and not in the cohort, perform throughout the city, we see on average that our 3rd through 8th graders are scoring in the 95th percentile and above on both the math and the reading ESPA. And I understand that the ESPA is fraught with all sorts of bias, but it is the test that is before us today.
And I just want to flag, that is specifically about a larger conversation around highly capable services. So I want to be thoughtful about sticking to the TAF JOA.
I'm sorry, she said Southeast Seattle.
Understood. I just want to make sure we're trying to keep our thoughts to this TAF JOA. Thank you.
Okay, and if we could have Council Narver address the issues that were brought up, number 5 on Mr. Jackins.
Number 6 maybe, which is the list of...
Okay, I've got number 5 on another list here, so maybe we're operating on the same.
All right.
A through G.
Got it. Good evening, Greg Narver, Chief Legal Counsel.
Can you clarify what you're asking? Are you asking him to
whether or not
answer all 7 of these?
Whether or not he has opinions on whether or not A through G are in fact facts.
Right. I want to be careful about the legal advice I give. I want to give in a privileged setting, but just to comment on statements about what state law may or may not require, I can give my reactions to these comments.
Appreciate the boundaries.
And of course,
we need guidance.
I'm seeing these for the first time this evening myself, but I will just say a few words. The first statement is that the TAF proposal discriminates in the provision of educational services to families based on geographic residence. I disagree. One thing that has been emphasized to the board in the past is that under current state law, there's no prescribed or required model for providing HC services. HC services are by law part of basic education, but and in fact, the Senate bill that was mentioned earlier, the report that goes with that, makes explicit there are a range of ways of providing HC services. One is a cohort model, one's a blended classroom. There are others. State law right now does not require any particular model, and it doesn't restrict the ability of a district to move from one model to another. What this statement seems to suggest is that a cohort model is inherently superior and that taking it away in one part of the city is a form of discrimination. That's just not a showing that I believe is supported by the law. Either are acceptable models. What we have to have in place is a way of providing HC services. The second is that it is likely to create or aggravate racial imbalance at schools in violation of WAC 392-342-025. That's a provision about site selection for schools, and that in considering a site for construction of a school, one of the factors to consider is that it can't create or aggravate racial imbalance. This site already exists. We're not establishing a new school. This is a change in curricular focus at this school. I don't believe this WAC provision applies at all. It fails to meet the needs of students qualifying for highly capable services. There's been a presentation to the board about how TAF provides those services in a blended classroom. TAF is aware of the legal obligation to meet the needs of HC students. I can't repeat what's already been presented to you on the way it does that. There's a statement that this violates RCW 20A320230, which is the statute about a board approval of instructional materials. That's not what's before you right now. Again, this is a change in curricular focus. STEM school, changing a school to a STEM curriculum is one of the ways under our policy that we can change curricular focus. This is different than approval of instructional materials as we went through, for example, with the Spanish instructional materials recently. This says that suggestion that this improperly waives requirements for reporting and board approval of donations of resources. There were questions raised earlier about what TAF is bringing in terms of in-kind services, staff positions. Those are all called out explicitly in the contract, and I believe that by approving the contract as written, the board is meeting its requirements to approve the bringing of those resources by TAF. Violates state law regarding charter schools. Disagree completely. There's a specific state statute on what the requirements of a charter school are. It is a school that is established pursuant to the process laid out in that chapter with a charter. That's not what we're doing here. This isn't the establishment of a new school. It's a joint operating agreement similar to what TAF already has in Federal Way, and a change in curricular focus. And the last thing says, it claims to serve students of color furthest from educational justice while ignoring alternatives such as reopening the African American Academy and Indian Heritage High School. I don't think that's a legal issue. Those are policy issues for the board to consider. So that's a quick take on these issues.
Thank you, Chief Counsel.
You're welcome.
Are there other directors who have
Thank you,
questions
Chief
or comments? Particularly for this portion of the staff presentation, or any revisions or updates that I'm just meaning, I want to contain particularly our questions and comments for this update, because at the certain point when the amendment is voted on up or down, we come back to the main motion, and so there will be more time for, so I just want to be thoughtful to try to be thoughtful about our time, because it is 7:30. Director Mack. If there are no other questions or comments, I will turn it over to Director Mack to introduce your amendment.
Should I read the title as well as the motion, or just the motion?
Please read the motion.
Thank you. I move approval of Amendment 1 to the Board Action Report, approval of a joint operating agreement, JOA, between Seattle Public Schools, SPS, excuse me, and Technology Access Foundation, TAF. Partial waiver of Board Policy number 2190 with respect to Washington Middle School, and amendment to the Student Assignment Transition Plan for the 2020-21, which A, amends the underlying Board Action Report to strike the following motion language, quote, waive with respect to Washington Middle School the provision in Policy number 2190, highly capable services and advanced learning programs, that a, quote, self-contained cohort option is available in grades 1 through 8. B, substitutes the attached further amended version of the Student Assignment Transition Plan for 2020-21 to include language that continues to guarantee highly capable students rising to 6th grade in the Washington HCC pathway assignment to another highly capable cohort program when they apply during open enrollment through May 31st, and supersedes the underlying Board Action Report to the extent there are inconsistencies.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So Directors Mack and Rivera-Smith, invite you to give us updates on revisions or anything new from introduction, and then we'll open it up to questions and comments from board directors on Amendment 1. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. As you may have read, if you read the updated bar, Director Rivera-Smith and I updated it to include a number of articles of research, as well as expanded on the equity section that we just discussed last meeting. I hope you had a chance to read it. There are, in fact, academically gifted students of all races and backgrounds, and the Black and brown students that are at the intersection of race and giftedness are the ones that, in my opinion, we need to listen to. Dr. Joy Lawson Davis, a gifted Black scholar, advocate, and author, writes that being gifted and talented and also African American makes children double minorities, and the issues they face can be different than those faced by other gifted children. In testimony tonight and in prior testimony, many Black and brown parents of identified highly capable students spoke about the value that they place on the HCC program. There's a gentleman who spoke about his child was identified as a behavior problem instead of gifted, and several mothers have spoken up about their upset about not feeling heard that their Black child is academically gifted. In the resolution that we passed several years ago, the focus was on expanding advanced learning opportunities, not restricting them. We do need to reform and increase our advanced learning opportunities to ensure equitable access. The Advanced Learning Task Force has provided many recommendations to this end, and to remove the option from these students in this cohort of students, the rising 6th graders, who are in fact 53% of color, which is a greater proportion than the rest of the highly capable cohorts across the city. Before we implement the recommendations would be inequitable. This amendment both supports the blended model at TAF, and it supports it, does not take away from that. In fact, students would be initially assigned to Washington. students would have to choose into the HCC option if they want that. So it supports a both and solution where we can support all of these students in providing an opportunity to pilot the blended model program, as well as continue to provide these students access to the highly capable cohort program, which was designed for the academically gifted students. This is where I'm coming from, and I hope you consider supporting the amendment. Director Rivera-Smith, do you have thoughts to add?
Yeah, Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you for the explanation of the amendment. And thank you again to everybody who has emailed in either for or against the amendment. It's been very eye-opening, honestly, to read all the emails, and it has definitely taught me a lot hearing your stories, again, for or against it. I want to be very honest about that. When we first developed this, I kind of saw it serving a single purpose, and to me the purpose was to be consistent with our application of HEC services and make sure that we are not taking it away from one population that has that in their service model. And it seemed like, you know, it itself was like an inequity to say, sorry, Southeast and South, you don't get that option anymore. I felt like that was unfair. And again, this is just looking strictly at it, looking at it as this is services that they have been promised in this program, just the same way we promise services in special ed or we promise services in ELL. These are an agreement we have with those families, and I wanted to make sure that we were consistent across the city with that. But again, I've grown since then, and I also see it as more as like when we have these families come up here who are families of color, who have very passionate stories about what difference it's made to have that opportunity. And it's hard to make this conversation separated from the larger conversation of, is our service model the best one? Is the cohort the idea that we want to carry on with? So this amendment is not so much a perpetuation of trying to grow that model. This is just trying to keep consistent for this one class, this one grade that is coming into it. I cannot wait to finally talk about HCC again and our advanced learning services as a whole, as its own subject that we can explore and dive into. And finally, you know, someday we'll get those advanced learning task force recommendations that are already finished, and I'm not sure why we haven't really seen them yet. That's a different story, but anyway, I look forward to having those in our hands, along with, I know, the task force that's been, not the task force, the advisory committee that's been put together to look at that. And find out how we implement them. That's a conversation I can't wait to have. I can't wait for it. But right now, this is simply to, again, try to keep us consistent with the services we're giving to that program. It does not systematically remove any cohort or students from Washington. They can still go there. They can. I won't be disappointed if nobody uses this amendment. Like if we pass it and everyone decides to go to Taft, awesome. That's great. If they've chosen that, if they are willing to not want that cohort model for their student, that's fine, and they can still do that. This does not give them an option that they weren't already supposed to have, as far as anybody can go to their neighborhood school, and these students have been promised this model. They already had that. It's not giving them any extra privilege. So what it does do again is it just gives that incoming sixth graders of this one pathway the option to keep that model that they have been promised. And then later we will talk about that as its own subject. But thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack and Director Rivera-Smith. Opening it up to directors for comments, questions, and concerns. I saw Director Rankin first, and then Director Hersey.
Thank you. I just kind of want to clarify about your statement, Director Rivera-Smith, about the cohort being a promise. I don't know where that is. Like, we are mandated and should serve
it's in the
students
policy
identified as highly capable, and we currently offer the cohort model as a delivery system in addition to being able to, but I don't know that it's a promise.
Well,
You mentioned special education students as well, and they do not have the promise of any sort of delivery model. In fact, it changes on them all of the time. So I'm just wondering where that promise part comes in. The mandate and the thing that I take very seriously is serving all of the students at a certain level, but a particular model. So I'm just wondering about that. And then I am wondering about, in the original version of the amendment, it guaranteed transportation, and now it says should transportation be provided. So I'm wondering what the change was. It didn't change. Okay, I'm just not finding it then. So there's still
the assumption, from my understanding and Mr. Narver's interpretation, as stated, is that with the guarantee of assignment, that transportation would go along with it.
Oh, because it's a pathway.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
That it's not. We don't need to specifically call that out.
Gotcha. Okay. And then my other question is about space available in our other HC cohorts, and how that any student can apply to a different school other than their own during open enrollment, in terms of having access. So I know this is the pathway, but I'm still just, I guess, wondering about, like, say a student decides that they do want the cohort and they want to go to Madison because it's closer than Robert Eagle staff. Is there space? Can they do that if they can get themselves there, or like how?
My understanding from working with Ashley Davies' team in the enrollment services department, enrollment planning, is that currently the only likely space is at Robert Eagle staff. So we would be providing transportation to students to Robert Eagle staff.
And can I clarify also that there is space available there because a K-8 school is being moved?
Yes, there is space available at that because
that was also a promise made by the district of a Native focus school being at that location.
Yeah, and yes, the previous board approved moving Licton Springs to the newly renovated Webster building, but I understand what you're saying.
Director Rankin, any more comments or questions?
No, I know. Thanks.
Director Hersey, and then Director Vera-Smith. Do you want to respond, Director Vera-Smith?
I was just going to respond to the question about the promise. I mean, we're kind of talking semantics here because what I was referring to was in policy it does say that a cohort is available, and it wouldn't be to the south quadrant if it was removed from. Well, with the TAF model, it won't be there. So that's what I was speaking to.
I'm making a distinction between available and guaranteed, which I think, as the policymakers for the district, is important.
Yeah, right now the policy. Again, we're not even talking about that policy right now. We're going to do that, I know, at some point. But as it's understood and stands right now, it's means that that's what they get. You know, I mean, I don't know which word is probably more palatable, but. That's how they understand it.
Thank you. Director Hersey, then Director Mack. Director Hersey had his hands raised.
I was just going to respond to her space available question that you were asking.
If that's what you'd like to do, yes.
Please.
If that's okay. So in our current policy, students can option in to another school with space available. However, the district has not moved the wait lists for those students. This only requires that if there is in fact space available, that they do get a spot, and we don't have that potential cap saying that there isn't space available and they don't get the spot. So they can still, if this doesn't pass, students could still apply. And we've been saying that there's space available at Robert Eagle staff. Presumably we would honor that regardless of whether or not it passes. But the question of whether or not the district will do that is if we don't pass this, then they don't have the guarantee.
So my other question too is that there's concern about Washington Middle School being under-enrolled, and in the past that has meant that the district will not allow students to opt into another school. So should that be the case for incoming sixth graders, do they actually have this option whether or not this amendment passes?
those are really good questions for us to think through. When I say space, I mean physical space. We have often moved or not moved wait lists for not just the physical capacity, but because thank you, Director. You're like setting me up here. For the staffing capacity in a building. And so we have historically chosen, for the most part, there may be exceptions, not to pull enough students out of one school that would require us to then say to, for example, sorry, Meany Middle School, we're now going to also, because we've let your students leave, we are now also going to pull one of your teachers. And so we balance the staffing and the physical capacity of a building when making those decisions about wait lists. I hope that.
And would that supersede an amendment? Because if we say, well, this amendment makes this available to you, and then enrollment says, actually, no, guaranteed space no matter what, and then Washington Middle School would lose staff, or guaranteed space and Washington Middle School would remain ineffective even if they lost students. I'm concerned.
That's a great
I'm
question.
concerned about all of the schools retaining the staff that they need.
I mean, I think,
and about us not making more promises to people that are not actually going to be options.
Right. I believe that should this amendment move forward, and I think you are guaranteeing those students the right to go to a different school, which would then leave us with basically two choices. We would have to continue to mitigate in the dollars that would require to keep the staff whole, or yes, Washington Middle School would lose staff if a large enough number of students chose to go to Robert Eagle staff.
Okay. Thank you, Sherry. Director Hersey, then Director
Thank
Hampson. Sorry, Director Harris, then Director Hampson.
Thank you. So last time we had this conversation, I asked, had there been any community engagement done, knowing that Robert Eagle staff is probably going to be the selected site that most people. So could someone please speak to the community engagement and what that looks like?
Hello. Oh, sorry. I did. Well, part of that was I went and met with the principal, as I said earlier. I'm sorry. I did go. I went to Robert Eagle staff last week, and I met with Principal Campbell. And last night I went to their PTSA general membership meeting, and both times spoke upon this amendment or this, because a lot of them, they're very aware of what's going on, and. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Principal Campbell was very understanding of that. If this passes, then she'll get more. And she didn't. I don't want to speak for her at all. But I believe that she is serving all of her students very well there. She did not let me know of any, any outright dissatisfaction with that. I think she has her own. Opinions on the programs, and kind of again, like I really wary of speaking for her, but she understands that's what would happen, and the families I spoke to there were also overall supportive of, well, again, students. They already have HCC there, so it's not like we're putting things that aren't already there. They already have it, so it's not like we're sticking HCC somewhere it wasn't. They again, and we're talking about numbers. There's 115 total incoming HCC eligible students next year as a sixth grade class. The odds of all of them opting out is highly, highly unlikely. It could be as low as 0, as high as 115, I suppose. But and again, this purely goes as space is available. If Robert Eagle staff has 10 spots, they get at most 10 of them. If anyone else has any spots, it's what they can fit there. We're not going to overcapacity anybody here.
So you could also appreciate that to me, that does not meet the bar that we have set for ourselves in terms of community engagement. So while I appreciate the effort that you put in, I do not think going forward as this board, as we have committed to doing a better job of community engagement with our families across this city, that meets the bar in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, so what I've loved to do more community engagement. Oh yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think that we need to have a high bar for our community engagement efforts. Did what I could.
Thank you. Any more questions, Director Hersey?
Please, sorry.
I have full respect for the feelings around the community engagement. We've heard from testimony a fair amount that there's unhappiness with how community has been engaged. And we heard more than once that the families of the highly capable didn't feel engaged in the conversation until late. So I feel as if we, unfortunately, knowing that, or believing from my perspective, that the TAF model and the TAF opportunity is an amazing opportunity, and I do believe that, in fact, students that are highly capable will be well served there, as well as all students, that it has a great opportunity. I think that we've had a challenge through the whole process in communicating and supporting and getting everyone on board. This amendment simply provides the opportunity that all the other students in the city have to a highly capable cohort site. It does not require that they go. It simply provides them the same opportunity that the other highly capable students have.
Thank you, Director Mack. Do you have any more questions, Director Hersey?
Not at this time.
Director Harris?
I'm going to pass and let Director
Director
Hampson
Hampson.
go and follow her, if I might.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Well played, Director Harris. It's very difficult for me to see this as anything but a guarantee of flight, and I'm really pretty troubled with the amendments and my perspective that this is a pretty masterful job at tokenizing a really small group, a really small community of color within the existing cohort to preserve an option for families that, quote unquote, are wary of TAF and the ability of TAF as a model, which you've just stated, Director Mack, that you think is fully capable of meeting the needs of highly capable students, which, having spent hours and hours with TAF staff at the school down in Federal Way, I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity for Seattle Public Schools to be really investing in project-based learning as a way to provide proven differentiated education that will in fact meet the needs of our highly capable students and all students in that building, and do it in an integrated fashion, which is the obligation that we have to our entire educational community. And it's very difficult to listen to some of there's a lot of co-opting and appropriation of equity language for this purpose that I find deeply troubling.
Thanks, Director Hampson. Director Harris?
Senior Advisor Cox, what kind of space is available at Robert Eagle Staff Middle School? Do we know?
Director Harris, I have that number in that orange folder over there.
And while she's looking that up, I would ask, whose responsibility is it to help do community engagement? Is it the board members' responsibility, or is it staff's responsibility to assist the board members as elected public officials? And did any staff ask to assist? Whether they agree with an amendment or not, it's a question of resourcing and part-time volunteers, etc., with respect to community engagement. That's not a rhetorical question. It's a very deeply held question for me.
Well, not to butt in, I think we have two staff. We have a superintendent and Andrew Medina, who are our employees. So we don't necessarily have the ability to direct staff to do our community engagement for us. That's outside of our legal authority as a board member. What I will say is, if I'm looking at the presentation of the community engagement, I think we've done a pretty thorough job of trying to be thoughtful about community engagement. I think that while certainly if people are not happy with the result, we did what we said we were going to do, which is go out and be really thoughtful about targeting universalism in our conversations and making sure we were speaking to families of color or making sure we were having these targeted groups. So I think that's a model to go off of, and we don't have any staff. We have the superintendent and Andrew Medina. That's our employees.
I'm ready. I don't have a precise answer, but in consulting with my experts over there, we believe that I know this. The capacity at Robert Eagle Staff Middle School is 1,000 students, and we believe that with the removal, with moving Licton Springs into its own building, and also the decline in enrollment, we will have approximately 850 students at Robert Eagle Staff Middle School, so that's approximate numbers. And again, that only takes into account space. That does not take into account staffing.
And are there policies and procedures specifically to mitigation of schools and staff and consolidating boundaries, e.g. Cleveland, Rainier Beach, etc., the same concept that was just brought up here? Or is that
I'm not
just
sure,
what we do, quote unquote, our practices?
I don't think I understand your question, Director Harris. Could you repeat it for me?
Are there specific policies and procedures for protecting school staff and mitigation moving from one school to another that was brought up in the earlier conversation about impacts of other schools that Director Rankin so well put out? My recollection from 2 or 3 years ago, quote unquote, it's just how we do it, that it's not in policy and procedure.
I am not aware of any policies or procedures, and I look to my brilliant colleagues along the wall who may have a different understanding. I do know that sometimes when you all make decisions to move growth boundaries, you will sometimes grandfather students in, but I can't recall any of those times where there was a clause to protect the staffing at the other school. So I can't speak with certainty. I can only speak to the best of my memory and understanding that. So I don't think I probably did a great job of answering your question, but I don't see anybody offering to come to my assistance either.
And while,
Sorry.
So you're on your own now,
yes,
Pierre
and I just want to be
Cox.
mindful, it is 7:56. We've been meeting about this for 45 minutes almost, so I want to be thoughtful if there's any final questions, comments, or concerns about the amendment. Director Rankin?
With the sorry, just had a
staffing
glitch, just like Director Mack did earlier. I totally blanked. With the 850 students, I know that right now Robert Eagle staff is over capacity, and there are portables at a brand new school.
Yes.
Does the move of Licton Springs and the relief of that many students on the building, given that it's over capacity, are there neighborhood students that I'm wondering about?
Would we
I
be
guess
squeezing
neighborhood
them
assignment
out?
student? Yeah, how that?
We've never turned away an attendance area or a neighborhood student, so that's why we have beautiful brand new buildings like Robert Eagle Staff Middle School with portables, is because we are committed to serving the attendance area students. So we have also committed to removing those portables from in front of those beautiful murals. Superintendent Juneau has made it very clear to Chief Podesta over there that those portables will leave the Robert Eagle Staff campus this summer. And so the 1,000 number that I gave you is the actual building capacity, not including the portables. Now, it's not to say that should our enrollment be off and should this amendment pass, that there would not eventually be a need for portables to come back onto that campus.
Thanks, Director Rankin. Any more? Director Hampson?
I just wanted to add that I think the 53% students of color in the rising sixth grade class, while factually correct, is not consistent with the breakdown when we look at, or is not as relevant when we break it down and look at students furthest from educational justice. And it's particularly, in fact, when students who are furthest from educational justice are those that are not well represented, not even close to proportionally represented in the HCC cohort, that is not a good representation of that rising sixth grade class.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Any final comments or questions before we move on to the vote? All right, Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Hampson?
For the vote on Amendment 1.
Nay.
Very clear.
Director Harris?
Abstain.
Director Hersey?
Nay.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Rankin?
Nay.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Nay.
This amendment has not passed with a vote of 1 to 4 to 1.
I think it was 2. Was 2 approved?
2, 4 to 1.
Thank you, Ms. Scheck. Okay, now we will return to the original motion. So if directors have any final burning comments, questions, or concerns, thank you very much, Sherry, for sticking through this tonight. So want to just open it up again before we vote on the original motion. If there's any comments or questions or concerns, to elevate those now. This is the original underlying motion, which Chandra read at the very beginning. Director Rankin.
Yeah, I have, I mean, I know we're already getting late and I don't need to go into a whole thing, but I do have some questions that have yet to be answered, I think. I want or would ask either how or that we do include, or is there something in place to include the current Washington Middle School teachers in the planning and implementation should this go forward? I know that, well, okay, I'm going to go on a tangent for a minute. I testified in front of the board in 2015. It was when my student was a first grader. He's now a fifth grader, and then I have a second grader also. I testified that my observation was how often we have situations in Seattle Public Schools where the issue isn't as much the what of the issue, but the how. And these fires go up because of the way communities are treated or not engaged or feel blindsided. And as a very new board member, I feel really frustrated to be put in the middle of a decision-making process, to be at the tail end of it where the decision is being made, knowing how many people have felt hurt by how this has rolled out, regardless of the merits of the program. And I think that hurt and harm done to our communities has overshadowed us being able to have the discussion about this agreement and this program coming to Washington Middle School. And and I've, over the last several weeks, have had the opportunity, well, we've gotten a lot of emails, both for and against, and nuanced in between, but I've also had the opportunity to talk to teachers at Washington Middle School, and they, I think, the priority for them is to be included as this rolls out. And I think that not only to honor that community, but also because they're the experts on their students, and they see the harsh segregation between the two communities. They see the struggles. They know, but they also know where all those students' strengths are and the strength of their community. And they want what's best for their students and for their school. And so my ask is, can we have something that assures everybody that educators that, and I know maybe they won't all decide to stay, but the educators that do stay will be part of how this rolls out into their school. And I think it's not only in the best interest of the teachers and the way that they've been treated, but also in the best interest of the success of this should it go forward.
Thank you for all of that, Director Rankin. And I tried to make it clear last time and then at our committee of the whole that we know we blew it, especially with our educators at Washington Middle School as far as the process goes. I committed then, I will commit to you again that we still have some healing to do with that, with the teachers at Washington in particular. I do know that TAF's model will not be successful if the teachers at Washington Middle School don't lift this work with us. And what I shared last time is that President Tamayo in the audience here spoke in one-on-one conversations with Washington Middle School staff, and they are for the most part in support of the TAF model. They're still really angry at the district, and so we have healing to do. But TAF is committed to working and building the model at Washington Middle School that best serves the community of Washington Middle School, and I mean the whole community. So for example, I know you visited TAF at Sahali, which looks very different than some of the other TAF models because the work is built with the community to make it the strongest, it's gonna be the strongest in the state, TAF services possible. And so they will not only be part of like a token part of the process, they will be the process that goes forward to build what TAF at Washington Middle School looks like. And we've got an amazing new principal at Washington Middle School who is committed to doing whatever the superintendent asks of her. And so while TAF was not necessarily her idea to come to the school, she is excited for this fraught process to be done with so that she can build this amazing model at Washington Middle School to best serve all students in a rigorous, rich, project-based learning environment. So I hope that answered your question.
Kind of, I maybe would like to see it in writing, but in terms of the healing, I know a lot of us have talked about that. I would just respectfully ask that somebody takes ownership over that, so that we're not saying, oh yes, there's going to be healing.
The superintendent and I
would
are
like somebody
committed
to own that process and give us an update about it.
Yep. We're committed to that.
And then the last thing that I want to address is, so I did have the opportunity, TAF, they very graciously allowed me to visit yesterday morning because I was sick when my colleagues visited, and I took it, I invited to go with me a highly capable Washington Middle School parent, and we both were really excited about what we saw, and it was really fun to go with her, even though on the drive down I was like, what if this was the worst idea ever? But what I would like to ask is that our state-directed mandate is that we identify and serve highly capable students. And in paper, that's going to happen. And as I saw at TAF, my own student who is highly capable, I think would love this model. But I would like to ask, and I think that it's not unreasonable, that we have, that I know that I talked to a teacher at TAF who was teaching 7 math levels. She did say she preferred not to do it that way, but that she did in this one class have 7 levels. And one student in particular was quite accelerated and actually chose to do some independent work and stay with her her cohort because she really enjoyed some of the collaborative work, and that was a choice made with the child and parents. And so that kind of flexibility is really exciting, and I know that we've heard here that we will not have a span of that big of levels in our math classes, that there won't be more than 2, I believe.
Correct.
But I would ask that, as it is our direction from the state to identify and serve highly capable students, that we still have some kind of, I don't want to say tracking, but reporting back that we are providing that still, because we're all saying that that's what's going to happen. And I know in the ideal situation, everybody will do, differentiation. And, I saw at TAF how engaged students were at all levels, and I was really excited, and not in front of computer screens, as I've seen talked about. They were engaged together with some of the most enthusiastic instructors, honestly, that I have seen, and I've been in and out of a lot of schools. But I do think that, given that changes to the highly capable cohort are being proposed, the beginning of that process is happening, and is going to be a long, slow process, except for at Washington Middle School. I think that it's kind of only fair and responsible of us to find some way to say what level of math or acceleration students are getting in the subjects that they're currently getting, and that we say we're providing access to. So I don't know what that looks like, but I am the chair of the Curriculum Instruction Committee, so I think that's really important to our families.
I couldn't agree more. And so there's a couple things. There's a formal way that every year we report back to OSPI and the state how we are serving our students who require highly capable services across our system. So that report comes to you, I don't remember the month, but it's a backwards look at how we serve students. So that's kind of an official way. But I think more importantly, and to your point, is Deanie Berry in our advanced learning department is sitting back there. And one of the things with TAF that we as a learning organization are most excited about is to learn how are they serving highly capable, or students with highly capable service needs in that blended model. So what is it about project-based learning that we can expand across the system as we are looking to make other changes possibly to the cohort? And so we're really enthusiastic about TAF for multiple reasons, but our advanced learning team is excited to dig in and do this work alongside of TAF, to learn from the experts at TAF, to bring our expertise. I mean, we are experts as well, and so how do we learn from each other to, again, build the strongest TAF at Washington Middle School program?
Thank you, Sherry.
I just really want to know that particularly our parents of color who have testified that their students did not get recognized, did not get access in their neighborhood school, that we can show that we're not figuring it out with them, that we can say this child is getting math 2 years ahead as is appropriate for them.
I more meant figuring out like the best instructional strategies, but I understand what you're saying. Yes,
with my parent ears.
Yep, I understand.
That sounds
yes
squishy. So I really think that this has the capability to do right by all of these students, and I just want to make sure that we have a way to show that
we are doing right.
They're getting that access.
And we're committed to that. Thank you.
Okay, Director Hersey and then Director Harris, and it has been an hour officially, so I would love us to get to the vote by 25 after.
Thanks. I do want to make a very clear and public request that we have some form of lessons learned after this that we share not only internally but externally, because a lot of families, whether they are pro or con against TAF coming into our buildings, the Southeast does not win when we mess this up. And I need to say that again. The Southeast does not win when we mess this up. This process, especially walking into it as a new board director, was wildly unacceptable. And I know that we've all had these conversations, but I just want to make it very clear that this is an area of our city that has been historically marginalized in numbers of ways. And I am sitting here looking at families in my community and in my district, and my heart hurts for them. Because from their perspective, truly, things are changing, and it feels like yet another opportunity for the district to take something away. That said, I am not in favor of moving forward without a very clear plan with how we are going to do that healing, because healing, as Director Rankin said in another capacity, is very squishy. And I want to make sure that we are having thoughtful conversations about what that looks like and moving forward, because again, the Southeast does not win when we mess things up.
Thank you, Director Hersey. Director Harris?
I'm going to read a statement because this has cost me a great deal of sleep and probably added to my high gray hair factor. And I would say to Director Hersey, the Southeast does not win. Respectfully call you out. The Seattle public school system does not win when we don't do it right.
Totally.
And we break trust. You'll recall that I, as the former board president, signed the initial memorandum of understanding to bring TAF to Washington Middle School. TAF is an extraordinary program with an extraordinary team. I emphasize team. It is not just about Trish Chizico, but her team. A team I very, very much respect and have watched closely for over 10 years. And certainly respect their grace and tenacity. These folks have put up with no end of bureaucratic stumbles. As you know, we blew our date of September 2019 to have a joint operating agreement and had not really explored or transparently gave the reasons that Washington Middle School was chosen, including that it's next door to opportunities for community-based organizations in Seattle Central College. The issue has also been conflated with the delivery of the highly capable cohort services and the dismantling of that program ostensibly over the next 6 years to disperse the cohorts back to neighborhood schools. Unfortunately, the ramp up in communication with affected communities, families, potential students, teachers at Washington Middle Schools, and indeed taxpayers was less than. Was it intentional? No, I do not believe that. But as an elected citywide board director, I am very disappointed and frankly angry that the board was not kept as apprised as we should have been and had several false starts. Let me be clear, this is not a takeover or a charter school, and my apologies on the record for my violent language at the last board meeting, talking about doing away with those incorrect memes, appropriately called out by President DeWolf and a couple of email corresponders. This issue has become extraordinarily polarized, but what remains is all communities disappointed with our communication and timing. I am not convinced that we have the resources for professional development to disperse all of our HCC students, and again, I detest those phrases, HCC labeling, to neighborhood schools, and will continue to insist on budget numbers for this 6-year plan. Indeed, thus far, we have systematically destroyed advanced learning programs and ALO programs and Walk to Math and other school-based opportunities, one school at a time, in the dark, without community input over the years. And somehow, folks are surprised that the HCC cohort ballooned. And our teachers, our extraordinarily talented teachers, will have as many as 5 grade levels in one class without additional staff. And ironically, HCC has no special curriculum, but only 2 years of acceleration. Does that mean that if and when, with this 6-year plan, our HCC students will be dispersed, we'll have to rehear and re-listen for 2 years what they've already been over? For 20 years, several task forces have studied this issue and suggested different ways to identify and coach more students of color and lower socioeconomic status to gain entry to the HCC, formerly known as the APP program. Yet we have not changed our ways. Perhaps, yes, finally, at long last, the recent recommendations of the Advanced Learning Task Force will this time be listened to and implemented. There's been a great deal of polarity in the communication in this issue, both with respect to the HCC cohort dispersal and the TAF Washington Middle School. And unfortunately is set up as a win-lose proposition, and there is much on the continuum of public comments and input. The devil is truly in the detail, and to require SBAC testing, a culturally inappropriate test as a gatekeeping test, is wrong and unjust. And then to the press, columnists, taxpayers, texts from the mayors, bills submitted in the legislature that are ill-drafted and unfunded, and incorrect information out in the blogosphere and Facebook land, all extraordinarily distressing and depressing. Frankly, this choice to me pales from our conversations and my vote on Amplify Science adoption, and please know that I have paid heck every day for that vote. A Hobson's choice is a free choice in which only one thing is offered. The phrase is said to have originated back in 1544, 1631 with Thomas Hobson, a livery stable owner in Cambridge, England, who offered customers the choice of either taking the horse in his stall nearest to the door or taking none at all. So all that said, what is Harris going to vote? I was going to vote yes for Amendment 1. I changed my vote based on the comments from my colleagues to abstain. Because for the Southeast Central Quadrant not to have the same opportunities as the rest of the city feels to me unjust. But we are against the wall on timing for the student assignment plan, and planning is well underway for next year, and these decisions cannot be delayed. I will vote yes for TAF Washington Middle School Bar. Why? Because what we are doing now is not working, and we have to do something different. And I believe this is a bit of a pilot plan, much like the Advanced Learning Task Force has suggested. What works, what doesn't work, we can learn from this. And with respect to your lessons learned, I could not agree with you more, Director Hersey. We have much to learn in how we roll this out. Excuse me, I'm speaking. Thank you. But TAF will have additional teacher training, additional funds, smaller class size, the Institute this summer, mentorships, internships, and they'll teach differently than just 2 years of acceleration. And I have to tell you, the atmosphere at Sahalee Middle School is extraordinary and exciting. TAF is well aware of the microscope on it, as is the leadership at Washington Middle School, our staff at Central, and indeed this board well appreciate a great deal of trust has been given us. And recall that Washington Middle School is coming off a very, very difficult 2018-19 school year. But I do have faith that we can and we will do better. I believe this is ultimately better. Please know I've read every email, and I am happy that we are going to be taking a look at the different neurodiverse needs of each and every one of our children in the future. My hope is as we discuss these difficult issues, we focus on growth for all students, not test scores, and we change the paradigm in our arc of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hampson?
So I just wanted to follow up on a couple of questions that I had during the introductory period for this action, for this bar.
Just flag, we are at 8:21, just to keep your...
How many minutes do you need?
I was hoping we'd get to this by 8:25.
Now, how many minutes do you need?
I need a few moments.
So my concerns were about sustainability of the program, about capacity of the TAF organization. So I spent a lot of time with the organization looking through their audits, their financials, and spending time with the program itself at TAF at Sahalee, and was very well satisfied looking all the way back to their New Markets project that actually built an incredible building that houses multiple other tremendous organizations, and which is free and clear and provides them a really nice asset base. And from a fiscal standpoint, was well satisfied that this is an organization that not only has an incredible ability to transfer actual monetary capital, meaning they're creating revenue sources that are being transferred into the school environment. They're not keeping them for themselves. So they're not enriching themselves as an organization as a byproduct of doing this work. All of that work is going directly into the schools. And their operations are pretty their income statement is actually pretty minimal, but that's not because of lack of capacity, but because of how they do their work. So I was very impressed by that, and also talked a lot about fundraising that they would need to do to maintain it, and I believe that they will not only bring that with them in terms of their capacity with respect to their relationships in industry, and thereby connecting our community finally in the city of Seattle to industry, but they will also provide some additional social capital that we desperately need in Seattle Public Schools, and that this is an incredible opportunity for us to have a truly good working partnership, which I think is something that we need to greatly improve upon within this district. I think one of the biggest challenges that remain ahead of us that were brought up earlier have to do with professional development. However, that is not unique in this environment. As we get into ethnic studies, since time immemorial, implicit bias, all of those topics require an incredible level of partnership and cooperation with our teachers union, among other unions that we have and are lucky to have partnerships with in this school district, and we have a lot of work to do there, and it's not unique to this situation, but we are going to have to learn how to work together as a board working with union, waving at you back there, Michael Tamayo, to make sure that we can come together. The schools are successful when they come together as school communities, and we need to be able to provide the support for them to do that. And we also are morally and legally required to provide advanced learning opportunities. And I'm incredibly excited about this as an opportunity to help us learn how to do that in this district in an equitable way, because thus far, as everyone has pointed out, we have failed. And I think that's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Are there other directors with comments, questions, or concerns? Director Rivera-Smith.
Very fast here. I don't know if anyone else here did, but I actually did reach out to the Federal Way School Board because I wanted to inquire how that relationship works with Taft. I didn't hear back from anybody, but that's okay, because what I was going to ask them, though, I'll make this request now, is I do want to, I think like Director Hampson was saying, we want to make sure that we're still engaged, because we want this to be successful, definitely, and I'm pretty confident that our staff and teachers there can make that happen. I just want to make sure that we are still, because that was the question, is how does the school board in Federal Way how is the relationship with the Taft organization and the school? And maybe there was nothing to take. Maybe that's why I didn't hear from anybody, because there wasn't any, nothing really, there was no there, but I want to make sure that we are still kept engaged, especially since this is going to be a huge learning curve for everybody, and how we can support that. What we can do, even as far as like Director Harris was saying earlier, how we can do our community engagement, help be a part of that process as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have three things. When I was elected to president of this board, the two things I wanted to at least be very clear about to the community, particularly for my decision making, was the 7 generations principle, which says that what we do now must create positive, sustainable, and meaningful solutions for today and 7 generations into the future. I believe this does satisfy that for me, as far as being long-term thinking and thinking, how will this affect 7 generations in the future? The other thing, again, in my decision making, is our alignment to and centering of our strategic plan. I think that this work does that, and I see that is another reason why I would support this. And I think the last thing just to say is, to me, the headline for, if this passes, the headline tonight or tomorrow should actually be that Seattle Public Schools, in our commitment to our innovative strategic plan, have voted successfully to desegregate a middle school in the Central District. That is the headline. So I'm looking forward to this vote. I'm going to stop talking, and Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Harris?
Aye.
Director Hersey?
Proudly aye.
Director Mack?
Abstain.
Director Rankin,
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith,
Aye.
Director DeWolf.
Aye.
This motion is passed with a vote of 6 to 0 to 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, directors.
I would like to invite Trish up to the podium, please, if you'd like to provide any comments or remarks. Maybe a glass of water for how long we've been talking about this.
I stepped out a couple times and got water. I actually wrote 2 speeches, depending on how you vote. So I'm glad I get to read this one. First of all, Team TAF, which is everybody that came here to support staff, please stand up.
Yeah,
Come
can
on.
you raise your hand too?
Come on.
Wow.
Stand up. Come on.
Thank you.
I want to thank you guys for hanging this long for this moment in history for us. This is very cool. So thank you for approving the partnership between TAF and Seattle Public Schools. We're excited to dive into planning with all the stakeholders to transform Washington Middle School into a school that will encourage innovation, push the limits of what's expected, deliver curriculum in a way that is relevant to the real world needs and goals of students, and create an environment that promotes academic success for all students, particularly those furthest away from educational justice. Through these 8 months, we have had ups and downs moving this forward, but what remains clear today is that everyone involved kept equity and student growth in the forefront. The Seattle Public Schools staff has been great to work with. They are thoughtful, professional, sometimes brutally honest, and TAF is proud to officially be called your partner. On behalf of TAF, I want to thank the board for taking the time to learn about the STEM by TAF model, to learn about TAF and our team, for being honest about where we fell down in this process and your willingness to keep going, and acknowledging the enormous amount of work the district has in front of it to ensure equitable practices throughout the system, and we're really proud to be a partner with you in that. And as I'm known to say, sometimes too often, this is the work. So let's get going, because our baby shouldn't have to wait another day. Principal Hunt. Yeah. You ready? I'm glad you're ready, because it is time. Let's go.
Thank you. We're just going to break for about a 2-minute recess to do the signing so we can officially do it. excited and certainly excited about the celebrations, but I do want to make sure we can get to the rest of our action items. So for directors, please return to the dais. Wait, let me just call this back in. Okay, we're returning from recess at 8:35 p.m. I am going to call for a motion on action item number 2, and I just want to elevate something for our audience. Action items number 2. If conversations could move outside, please. Thank you, everybody. For action items 2, 3, and 4, these did not go through committee. They were presented to the executive committee, and we moved them out of executive committee and just straight to the agenda tonight for introduction and action. So that's why you're seeing these on here as introduction and action for numbers 2, 3, and 4. So I will turn it over to Vice President Hampson.
I move that the school board approve the 2020 to 21 school year calendar as attached to the board action report with any minor non-substantive additions, deletions, or modifications deemed necessary by the superintendent. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Second the motion.
Okay, Chief Berge is, and the, again, these did not come through committee, so there was no recommendation. They're here for us to stew as intro and action tonight, so I'll turn it over to Chief Berge for your comments. Thank you.
Jolyn Berge standing in for Chief Clover Codd tonight. So by way of background, the district is required under its collective bargaining agreement with the Seattle Education Association to bargain the school year calendar. A general framework for when we begin school or have designated breaks is outlined in the CBA agreement. However, each year we must still come before the board to receive official approval for the final dates. The attached calendar provides all of those dates as outlined and holidays. So the first day of school, according to the CBA key dates formula, which was approved by the board when the CBA was ratified in 2015 that originated this language, states that the first day of school shall be the first Wednesday in September. This year, the first Wednesday in September will be September 2nd, 2020, which is before Labor Day. The key dates formula was originally bargained in the 2015-18 CBA as a tool for families and staff to provide guidelines for the calendar, and so that dates weren't arbitrarily made. This calendar has also been shared with all 13 of our bargaining units, and no concerns or objections were raised by our labor partners. We do have a labor group that talks about religious holidays and cultural observations and practices. That group has created supplemental materials and guidance to schools that will go out with the 2021 calendar if approved, and those are attached to the bar. At this point, I'll take comments.
Thank you, Chief Berge. Are there any questions or comments from directors? Director Rankin, you're right in that perfect eye.
I have a question or a comment. This is, I guess, just a comment, because I know that this is in the CBA. That's a 3-year agreement that was decided.
The term carries forward in the current agreement, so the original language happened in the 2015-18 bargaining agreement.
Okay.
The language has carried forward.
So I guess the issue at hand really was the communication out to families, that there were some assumptions made that school started the Wednesday after Labor Day, when in fact it says in the CBA it's the first Wednesday of September. My question is, I know that other districts, I guess I'm wondering why it's part of the collective bargaining agreement. I know that in other districts there is, it comes before the board. For example, in Issaquah School District, there's a process where they approve and publish a calendar 3 years at a time, and there's surveying that goes out based on what the holidays are, what the set dates are, and the number of school days goes out to, I know, at least to teachers, maybe to families too, I'm not sure, and then it's decided by the board and then published 3 years in advance. So I guess that's just sort of a general, could we explore doing something like that so that just we all kind of have more notice than 6 months ahead or
9 months ahead.
9 months ahead.
I believe that my understanding is that Chief Codd intends that conversation to happen in executive committee.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Chief Codd expects for that conversation about the 3-year perspective, outlining of the calendar, to be discussed in the executive committee.
Okay, thank you. Were there other questions? or comments on the? I just had one clarifying question. Is the culturally, the cultural notes, is that the extent of the work group that was set? I thought there was a work group that was to be formed for the CBA that was going to have a broader discussion about how to make our calendaring more culturally responsive, but I don't think this is that, because I thought that was due at the end of the month.
I'm going to let Michael Tamayo, president of SEA, answer that.
Sure. Hi, Michael Tamayo, president of SCA. To your question, Director Hampson. So out of this bargain came an agreement to put together a work group around creating, for lack of a better title, equity calendar. That didn't have to do with specific observances or dates of school. That more had to do with what culturally appropriate accommodations could we recommend to schools based on religious groups that aren't part of the traditional Judeo-Christian calendar in regards to testing, school events, and other kind of high-impact school times of the year. And so this had nothing to do with the actual school calendar start or end dates. It had more to do with developing recommendations for accommodations to mitigate any impacts that non-traditionally represented religious groups may need to consider during those high-impact times of year, testing being with the primary focus.
And so thank you for that answer. That's very helpful. And while we have you, because we've got a surprising number of comments about the Labor Day, pre-Labor Day start date, which is just a function of when the day falls in the calendar, which is twice every 10 years. That it's before that's the first Wednesday is before Labor Day. Any rationale, as far as you're aware of, from the teachers union in terms of why a calendar-based system versus a federal holiday-based start date? And if you don't know, I understand.
This agreement came out of the 2015 bargain, which was memorable for many reasons. I can't remember the specific interest or value that came within regards to this provisions of the calendar. I do know that we did have a shared interest in having a mutual foundation to start the calendaring at, but other than that, I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Director Hampson. Other directors have comments or questions, concerns? Okay. Seeing no further comments, questions, or concerns, Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Hersey?
Aye.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Rankin?
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith? Director Harris?
Aye.
Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
All right. Item number 3.
We move that the board approve resolution number 2019-20-3, 2019/20-3, a resolution of the Board of Directors of Seattle School District Number 1, King County, Seattle, Washington, to declare that the lives of Black students matter, as well as the lives of all of our underserved students, that we affirm the demands of the Black Lives Matter at School movement, and that we encourage participation district-wide in National Black Lives Matter at School Week from February 3rd to 7th, 2020, as attached to this board action report. Immediate adoption is in the best interest of the district.
Second.
Thank you, President. So used to calling you President Harris. Dr. Harris, that's true. I was just wanted to open it up to Directors Rivera-Smith and Director Hersey, who
Actually, I have a point of clarification and legal advice, please, from Chief Counsel Narver. It was stated during some of the comments tonight, they've run together, frankly, that we had to reintroduce this every year. Now, I looked over at you and I said, no, and I got the distinct impression this is not a year-by-year resolution. Would it be illegal and out of order to say, in support of Black Lives Matter, February 3 through 7, 2020 and thereafter, so we don't have to do this every year, so we can take a much stronger stand than we have already.
So I'm not aware of anything that would restricts the board to only doing this on an annual basis. This resolution as drafted pertains to this particular week in 2020.
And thereafter, as an amendment, would be out of line?
If you said the first school week in February or something like that, I don't believe there's any prohibition in our policies, any restriction on doing that. This was drafted to apply to this particular week, but I don't think the board would be prohibited from making it an ongoing.
Well, then I make a motion for an amendment to put this into perpetuity until it's withdrawn. Do we have a second?
Well, I would need specific language to be added to the existing motion so that the record is very clear on exactly the language the board would be voting.
And can we backfill that as a Scrivener?
Can I just ask a question too, particularly because Director Rivera-Smith and Director Hersey did a ton of the legwork on this to see if, first to get your thoughts, but also if there's anything to add to what you're describing, because I want to be thoughtful that they were the ones that led this, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have no problem with that. I think that my first inclination is that there is also a benefit to talking about this every year so that we don't forget about it. More than happy to put thereafter, but I would also like to see, let's also have a conversation about what we can do annually to reinforce it. Because I think we heard very clearly from our student representatives that they want firm policy change. And I think bringing this up, while it is tedious from year to year, is also incredibly important to remind us and help us center our work, especially as it relates to our strategic plan. Do not disagree, but do want to find a way so that we can have this conversation annually.
So, can I go? So likewise, I think it would be super duper awesome to make this for perpetuity. My only slight concern is because this year is a little different. We changed it this year. It's not the exact same as the last 2 years, which was very intentional. And we threw in that we affirm the demands of the Black Lives Matter at School movement. Those will change every year, so we would automatically approve them without having seen them. I mean, I don't know that we would disapprove with them, but we'd have no way of knowing what will be a year to year. Those parts will change. I feel responsible now because I think I was the one who said, hey, we should put these in here, because I was really excited about that. But that might muddy that up a bit, just because that clause in there would help us reaffirm something we haven't seen yet. Yeah, but maybe we do a new one later that isn't changing every year.
Other director comments, questions, concerns? Director Hersey?
Just wanted to speak to the resolution
Please
that
do. This is your time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So this was a real honor to work on, especially because it was the first actual policy that Director Rivera-Smith and Director DeWolf and I got to work on together. There was a lot of workshopping that went on to it. And I think that, especially for me, there were a couple of really key changes that we placed into the resolution this year. First, including the names of individuals who were killed and murdered in fatal altercations with police. I think that really humanizes this piece of legislation and is not just lip service, and it actually lends to the idea that we are trying our hardest to not only see, but to also engage with our community in that way. And by putting the names of those Black individuals who met their fates at the hands of police violence, for me at least, and I know for a lot of our students, really pushes us to the next step in really trying to figure out how do we understand and how do we engage and how do we honor and how do we respect the purpose behind saying Black Lives Matter, right? And I think the other piece that Director Rivera-Smith alluded to is also including the demands of the National Black Lives Matter at School movement within the resolution was also very key. And I think that it takes a step, not a full leap, but definitely a step toward what our students were telling us earlier. And I really do want to think about ways, whether it comes through, the demand is directly related to a policy that could be put forth through the Operations Committee or the Curriculum Instruction Committee, thinking about how can we continue to work with those students specifically and students across our district in thinking about tangible ways that we can meet this? Because I am not interested in letting this be lip service. I think it does a disservice to all of our Black students and all of our students furthest away from educational justice. We owe it to them to do better. We owe it to them to figure this out. But most of all, we owe it to them to have them at the table while these decisions are being made, especially because truly holding us accountable, they show up more so than almost any other student group, and honoring that voice and centering that voice is something that I am willing to make a major priority, not just for me, but I encourage our board to do so as well.
All right. Any final comments or questions or concerns?
I have a question for Diane, actually, Diane Becker. Because as we were doing this, one question I had in this was we have a clause, a part of it that says, I don't have it in front of me right now, but says about how our staff have been working towards a curriculum. And I wanted to change it to we have created a curriculum, but I hadn't really got clarity on did we in fact create a curriculum, and how have we gone about sharing that with our schools?
The Ethnic Studies Advisory Group, under the direction of Tracy Castrogill, they do a curriculum for the week. And then that is pushed out to schools via school leader communicator. So it's only done for that week, and it's done. It has been it's been lifted up by the advisory group at this point. I believe it should expand and go much beyond that group and have others involved, including students.
A follow-up question to that, is that related? I know that, you know, this is before my time as a board director, but I know that there was also some work done by Jesse Hagopian and others. Is that aligned? Is it the same? I'm just making sure.
I personally can't speak to that. That was before my time.
For both of us, I guess.
I wrote a resource guide that ended up being distributed to the teachers.
Great.
But it wasn't official curriculum. It was it started as an FAQ for parents, and then Jesse and I worked together and distributed it. But it wasn't, that was the first year that it was Black Lives Matter School Day. But it wasn't adopted curriculum.
And to just create a public record, I would be interested in seeing what does that look like to have that conversation more than just within Black History Month, because again, I think that does a disservice that we couch and compartmentalize when we think about Black excellence to 1 month out of the year, and the fact that it's the shortest month doesn't add any, substance to that for me either. So, as our new curriculum and instruction chair, that is something that's very important to me, and hopefully a conversation that we can have going forward.
All right. Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Rankin?
Yes, absolutely.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Yes.
Director Hampson?
In honor of Charlena Lyles, yes.
Director Harris?
Aye.
Director Hersey?
In honor of all the Black men and women who came before me and laid down their lives, aye.
Director Mack?
Yes.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Congratulations.
Before we move on, can I just say it really feels good as the one of many African-American educators across the state, African-American board directors across the state, to be a part of a district that loudly and proudly affirms that Black lives matter. And I am very, very thankful to be a part of this board and to sit on this dais with individuals who agree that our students, especially those furthest away from educational justice, but especially our Black students, matter. And that, to me, just makes my heart sing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Action item number 4.
I move that the Seattle Board authorize the superintendent to take all necessary actions to resolve the claim for damages dated March 26, 2019, brought by a former student and his mother against the district, which would include payment of district funds in the amount of $475,000 in exchange for a waiver and release of all claims following any necessary court approval. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Second the motion.
I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, John Cirqui, Chief Deputy Legal Counsel for the district. What you have before you is a board action report where we're requesting authorization to settle a claim that was filed with the district. We have carefully reviewed the claim over the last 8 months. I also want to let the community know that we did have 2 executive sessions with the school board to inform you of the facts. So the purpose of this meeting is not to go through the facts in detail. We did that in an executive session since this is a claim and it could result in a lawsuit if it is not approved and signed off on. So that's why the brevity and the background information about the claim, but it does involve a student who was potentially released to the wrong parent who was therefore injured and sustained damages. This was a difficult settlement that went back and forth, but we do believe that the dollar amount, although high, is warranted in this situation to compensate the family for the injuries that were sustained. So it is our recommendation from the General Counsel's Office, Chief Counsel Narver and myself, that you approve and authorize the superintendent to sign a settlement agreement with the family. At this time, the former student is still a minor, so we will be asking the court for guardian ad litem approval, so there'll be some review before it is finally approved. But we need to get your approval to move forward with the court. If I can answer any questions, I'm happy to do so.
Director Harris. Working in this business, and always on the side of victims and plaintiffs, I want to applaud you personally and our legal department for availing ourselves of alternative dispute resolution, specifically mediation, with gifted mediators without going to expensive, painful for the victims litigation. This feels like a substantial change, and the level of detail, conversation, and input from our legal team in executive session is highly appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other director comments, questions, or concerns? Thank you for all your work on this. Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Harris? Director Hersey? Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Rankin? Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. Number 5.
I move that the school board authorize the superintendent to accept the U.S. Department of Education School Climate Transformation Grant in the amount of $3,719,936 across 5 years.
Second the motion.
This came to A&F on December 9th for approval. So I will invite, no? If you'd like to come up. If anybody has any questions or comments or concerns, this is the time. Yes, we had this at introduction at our last meeting. Any burning questions, comments, concerns from directors? Okay, Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Harris? Director Hersey? Aye. Director Mack? Director Rankin? Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Thank you for sticking around.
Nothing, huh?
Okay, action item number 6. I think that was the one.
Let's keep it pushing. I've been in one with y'all.
Number 6.
I move that the school board approve the new course additions for the 2020 to 21 school year as attached to the board action report.
Okay, Chief DeBacker, any updates, revisions, or anything else we need to know about?
There have been a few updates to the
Thank you.
bar from when we were here 2 weeks ago. We have visited with the requesters of the courses to make some of the suggested changes. All references to ethnic studies were removed, and that was in consultation with Tracy Castro-Gill. We have also updated a couple of the titles in the visual and fine arts to more accurately reflect those courses. We have changed wording as a result of Director Hampson's concerns around some of the wording within the descriptions. And with that, we have 8 courses to recommend for addition to the new course catalog for the next year. 1 in Career and Tech Ed, 1 in a pre-apprenticeship, which will work very nicely with the community workforce agreement, 2 in language arts, and 4 in fine arts. With that, I stand for questions.
Thanks, Chief DeBacker. Any directors have comments, questions, concerns? And this came through CNI on December 10th for approval. Director Harris.
Was this just with consultation with the ethnic studies manager or with the advisory group as well?
For these specific changes to these 2 courses that were in question, it was with the program manager, Ms. Gill.
Thank you.
All right. Any more comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none, Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
Director Rankin? Director Hersey?
Aye.
Director Harris? Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
All right. Final number 7.
I move that the school board accept the work performed under contract P5068 with Pacific Mobile Structures, Inc. for the provide, move, and set up portable classroom modules at multiple school sites. Project as final. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Thank you. And this came through OPS on January 9th for approval, and I just wanted to update one thing. This would have been on our February 5th legislative meeting, and it would have been the only item in action and or introduction. So the executive committee moved this from the 5th to today. So that's why you're seeing it today, folks, as an introduction and an action item. Again, this was brought forward from OPS for approval. Do folks have questions, comments, or concerns about this final acceptance? Director Mack, any important things we should flag?
Just to give context, this, unless I'm thinking of a different one, this is for the 2015 portables placements. So this was the year that we had how many portables? It was kind of out of control.
19.
19 portables, so 19 classrooms were added. Yeah, okay. So anyway, this is a number of years late to get the final acceptance done, but yay!
Yeah.
Final
Work is
acceptance.
done.
This is great.
It's all over but the tears.
Confetti.
If there are any other questions, comments, or concerns from directors? All right, Ms. Scheck, roll call, please.
Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Harris? Director Hersey?
Aye.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Rankin? Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
The board is now immediately recessing the regular board meeting into executive session to consider the selection of a site or the acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase when public knowledge regarding such consideration would cause a likelihood of increased price, and to consider the minimum price at which real estate will be offered for sale or lease when public knowledge regarding such consideration would cause a likelihood of decreased price, RCW 42.30.1101B C. The executive session The executive session is scheduled for 30 minutes with an anticipated end time of 9:33 p.m.